Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with a very special one-shot. We are going to be playing Mecha Hack, which is a system that is developed and published by Absolute Tabletop. It's a very badass little system. I've used it to run a number of different kinds of games, a Halo and a Mad Max game once before. But that's what we're going to be playing tonight, is a reskinned version of Mecha Hack, flavored to the tune of Mad Max, kind of to celebrate the release of Furiosa, which is fantastic. If you have the chance to see it, I highly recommend it. But yeah, I am super happy to finally be getting to playing this game. I've been dreaming about this for a little while, and I'm all about it. So I want to go ahead and give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if foul language and mature subject matters are problems for you, then this is probably not a good channel for you to have landed on at all. Yeah, go watch PBS or something. I don't know. But if you do like those kinds of things, or at least aren't bothered by them, then come on in. I'll change my sweater and my slippers in a second. But I think I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can give you kind of an introduction, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, plug anything that they have going on, etc., etc., and then we're going to get started. Before I do that, Nope, I did that part. All right, so we're going to pass it over to Jackson.
Hello, my name is Jackson Johnson. I am happy to be here. I don't have anything to plug. I'm just here for the love of the game. Happy to be playing with you again, Jeremy. I played in the last Mad Max Mecha Hack one shot, and it was pretty radical. So I'm excited to get back to the crazy world again. Do you want me to say what my character and chassis
Sure, it's
is?
up to
Or
you.
yes, I will be playing Smokey. He is a crazy dude. He is an engineer, a brawler class, basically, and his call sign is Eclipse of the Ashes, and he's a crazy bald weirdo who likes to live in the smoke of destruction. And I'm excited to enter the smoke with y'all today. Thank you very much.
Enter the Smoke. It was the lesser known sequel to Enter the Dragon. Bruce Lee didn't want anybody to know about it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Bruce Lee, next up we have Alan. I have no idea what that means.
Good segue. Hi, my name's Alan, and I played many a game with Jeremy on his channel, as well as some of these other fine gentlemen. Happy to be here playing Mad Max and Mecha Hack. Nothing to plug. I am playing Mongrel, who is a hardened survival with a cold, pragmatic outlook on life. He is a Merc, and he is striker chassis. So he is definitely looking to get paid and survive whatever's coming his way. So with that, I'll pass it on.
Absolutely, man. Always a pleasure to have you on the channel. So I'm happy to have you back. All right. Speaking of happy to have back on the channel, next up is Jose.
Everybody, my name's Jose. Nothing to plug in. I'm playing Cranky Tiger, who's a cranky old man who's just trying to make it to the next day, his next meal. My pilot is Quipster. I cast as a striker, and he drives a bike semi that has spike wheels and bombs that are out of propane tank, so it should be a blast. And I'll pass it to the next person.
Yeah, dude. I love the random roll table aspects that I've kind of come up with for the setting, but you in particular rolled a very interesting vehicle, so I'm excited to see how that's going to come together. All right, speaking of excited, next up we have Matt.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Matt. I run a channel called A Fistful of Dice sometimes, and I write books over at Absolute Tabletop. And really excited to be playing tonight. I'm going to be playing Potshot, who is a kid with a motorcycle and a gun who just misses his mom a lot. And I went with Maverick for the pilot class and Scout for the chassis, which I've kind of flavored as like a dirt bike with some tricks up its sleeve. I took some fun modules, and I'm looking forward to flavoring them in the Mad Max theme here. So thank you, Jeremy, as always, for having me.
Dude, absolutely, yeah. I'm really looking forward to this again, especially because I just watched Furiosa yesterday, so I'm all about it right now. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Speaking about all about it, next, last but certainly not least, my buddy Ted.
Hey everybody, if you're familiar with Jeremy, you could have seen me on some of the other games that we're on together. This is not my first time here. I played in a wonderful game quite some time ago here. Tonight I'll be playing Craz-E. It's Edward Crazer is who he is, but he goes by Craz-E. His chassis is a Titan. It's a large pickup truck with lots of extra things welded to it for armor and whatever have you. He's also an engineer, but he tends to spend more time either fixing things or improving things than getting out there and breaking stuff. But he can do it too if he needs to.
Hell yeah, man. Excited that you're back on the channel as well, Ted. I get the luxury of playing with you every week, but not here on the channel. So
Indeed.
I'm happy to get the chance to have you over here. All right. So, what else? Oh, yes. While we are playing the rules as written from Mecha Hack, there are a few additions or changes that we will be using. Ammunition, exploding damage, on foot rules, swarm rules, and Zeta points renamed to Fury points. So yeah, all of you please start with a Fury point. But I think without further ado, I think we're ready to start. You're ready to start?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Once upon a time. No. Them that made the world that was had everything they were ever needing. Mountains of food for feeding, oceans of water deeper than they was knowing what was at the bottom. And weapons so strong they could rip people's shadows straight from their carcass. But they left this place behind when they pulled a vanish. Now we be living here, the slow dying, picking through the bones for any as we could find. And when you have to be murdering just to live one more day, the old ones say your first kill has to be your own weak kindness. We find ourselves in a dry and desolate landscape. Oranges and yellows and browns as far as the eye could see. Dust kicked up into the air, floating, giving a haze to everything. Even just looking at this place, you can feel the oppressive heat, the thirsty dryness of this place. We follow a convoy, a group of vehicles, kicking up a massive dust cloud behind them for miles, as they are racing across this landscape that is dotted with the rusted hulls of enormous ships, propellers slowly turning in the wicked wind that blows across this flat space. They are being chased. But what I would like to know is, who do we see in the lead convoy that is being chased? What kind of a vehicle do we see, and who is at the helm?
All right, well, I'll take it. If we're being chased, Craz-E would probably be at the back, trying to operate as shield or blocker.
Anybody else?
I think Potshot would be near the back as well, likely sort of weaving in front of and behind Crazy Semi. And he would sort of be stealing glances over his shoulder on this dirt bike. And he sort of loosens the rifle that he has sort of tucked into sort of a long holster on the side of this dirt bike. And he sort of loosens this rifle in its holster. And as he pulls the rifle out of the holster, you see that it has scratched into the butt of it, Sweet Susan, just kind of etched into it. And he sort of like takes a little bit of comfort in the heft of it as he says, might be needing you here soon, mama. And he'll kind of rev the dirt bike and take off.
Off to the side, we have a modded dune buggy that's makeshift of other vehicles that right, there's like one orange door, there's another one that's just like primer paint, there's black spray paint that in crude lettering it just says the Hound on the side of it. It's got a machine gun that's mounted to the top of it. The front bumper is just littered with all different kinds of spikes as it's just tearing up through the sand. And inside is this muscular guy wearing kind of like biker denim jacket, clinking on his open chest are probably about 8 or so dog tags and these scratched up sunglasses that he just never takes off. As Mongrel's just looking back, and he's getting in position as he's making sure that nobody comes up on the flank.
And we kind of have this shot as you're like adjusting your view. There's like this glint of like concentrated light that runs along your mirror, and we pan over and we see reflecting sunlight reflecting off of the almost spotless surface of this circular giant buzzsaw that is connected as we zoom out to this giant excavator arm that's been repurposed to fit this buzzsaw. And we see this excavator arm sitting on top of this massive Jeep that would normally be like, desert brown color, but it's just been coated with smears of oil and blood and just soot and like layers and layers of smoke and dust. And sitting on top in this hoodless Jeep is this figure who is just bald on top and wears just like this dark black bandana around their face, and their eyes are just covered by these giant machinist goggles that just block him out. You think he would be pale almost on top of his head, and that's only because it's also completely covered in soot and dust. It's like this guy doesn't shower on a religious basis. And this is Smokey, the scion of the ashes, and he is actually watching the cars that are chasing on everybody because he is actually riding in reverse, where his car is actually backing up, speeding away in reverse, and he's just keeping his eyes on the cars chasing him. And we just hear just a low smoke's coming soon.
You will see Cranky Tiger this getting off his motorcycle to go to the back that is semi, and the bike looks great. It looks like it's been worked on, modified, but the semi truck part is just all rust falling apart. And as he gets up there, he's pouring the propane tanks in this catapult machine that he has. You look at him and you see this bald guy with like the bad guy mustache that is curl up, and his beard's really long. And he's like, please, don't let me down. We gotta make this work. And he like bangs it in the side like a few times with that wrench. He's like, okay, this is gonna work. And as soon as he turns it on, you just hear the boom, 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 and finally it starts.
As these 5 vehicles kind of tear across this desert dryness, we can see the vehicles in pursuit, probably maybe even from like Smokey's point of view, through like a smeared lens, you know, of black and sootiness. We can see that, like most convoys here, the vehicles don't have any kind of uniformity to them whatsoever. Everything here is ad hoc. It's all in situ. It's all pieced together and welded together. But in general, these cars have large tanks and things on them, giant exhausts with billowing black, you guessed it, smoke that is pouring out of these things. And in particular, these vehicles also all are covered in smudges of oil. These belong to a particular group in the wasteland here. You may or may not have crossed before at some point. This group is known as the Slickers. And I want to know, and it can be any of the five of you, but I'm really eager to know is, what has your group stolen from the Slickers? Feel free to discuss it if you wish.
Each person or the entire group together?
All right, so
Just
in
together.
this iteration, what is currently more precious, fuel or water?
I feel like if you're driving like a big semi, right, Cranky?
I've got a large pickup truck that's got like, you know, massive you know, back to be able to store whatever we would need to be able to carry. So like, you know, maybe we're hauling some kind of tanker or something.
Yeah.
We stole from them.
I mean, if these are the Slickers, they're all about like oil, right? Oil and fuel. Yeah. What if we got their like diesel grade fuel?
The good stuff.
The good. The stuff that makes flame.
I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. Some good fuel.
And are we talking like a pickup truck full of 50-gallon drums? Or are we talking about like a semi-truck tanker?
Ooh.
How much did you steal?
Enough to have them chasing us across the wasteland.
Fair enough.
Maybe we've all got some on our things.
Okay.
So
Everybody's got some.
We've got enough that it's literally going to, you know, change the life of our settlement if we bring this back.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, I like the idea that there's multiple 50-gallon drums and everybody's got like some of them like strapped somewhere to their vehicle or like riding in the passenger seat, you know, of the vehicle or something like that.
I think I might dare say the motorcycle doesn't.
Maybe
that'd be a bit.
He's just doing a wheelie the whole time, just like
I
He
just have it
brought
tucked
a
under my arm.
sidecar
I
just for
I
this.
maybe
yeah.
maybe the
Just a
kiddo
sidecar.
has like some like gas tanks like filled, you know, strapped to like the sides of like the rear wheel or something. Tanker.
That's amazing.
Ben Buckner says a tanker full of Panera lemonade. They will follow you to
maybe
the ends
and
of
maybe
the earth.
you know, like if they know that we took it, like that's why they're not shooting yet, because like they don't want to hit the fuel. Sure, we would pay, but they would lose what they're trying to get.
They might not even be able to make it back across the waste without this fuel. Could be life or death.
All right, so we have established what is going on. Before we get to the nitty gritty, I want to ask each one of you what your engine die typically is. Because we are starting in media res, everybody is going to start with one die type less in their current engine die.
So is that the reactor die?
Yes. Mm-hmm. We're
Okay.
just reflavoring it.
Yep, yeah. Just making sure this is my first time playing Mecha Hack, let alone
Absolutely.
Mecha Hack revised for Mad Max.
I'm going to completely scramble your brain because I'm going to run it wrong. Or ruin you for the rest of the time that you ever try to play it.
It's all right. It's crazy. It fits the vibe. It's Mad Max. We're all a little
Exactly. Yep.
Oh yeah, I dig it.
Please
All
tell
right.
me that's his voice. Oh my god.
Okay, so what's somebody give me an engine die here.
Revised, I'm down to a D6.
Yes.
I'm down
Revised
to a
at
D4.
D6.
I'm also down to a D4.
Down to a
Potshot's a
D6.
D4.
Down to a D6.
Smokey's a D4. Mongrel's a D6.
Like a D6.
And Crazy's a D6. Okay. So, you look in the upper left-hand corners of your individual windows. We can
Oh
see
my
what your
god,
gas
that's so
gauges are.
dope, dude.
Dude.
That's awesome.
In addition, because we are in immediate res, you are also going to be dealing with a swarm enemy on the board. I'm going to bring up the swarm. It is currently at a D8. Swarm dice, it can be added to a number of different things, and it can be downgraded from a number of different angles, and eventually it will go away entirely. It's kind of an abstraction of a group of enemies. All right, so we see these slickers who are pressing the advance that are coming up quickly from the rear, and while your group has seen these individuals more than enough at this point, we the audience haven't. So now for the first time we are seeing what these slickers look like, and they are most very large, mostly guys wearing nothing from the waist up, covered with oil. They have masks that they typically wear, kind of keeping the upper half of their face in total darkness. They wield like giant wrenches and pickaxes and things, and they are just covered in soot and oil. Kind of a little bit hard to concentrate for poor Smokey whenever these guys are out, because they're on the case. So we see them swarming all over these vehicles that are in pursuit. And what I would like to do is to get an initiative roll from everybody. So for initiative, you can roll either mobility or presence, or is it just mobility? Matt, help me out here.
It's mobility or system.
Mobility or system.
Whichever's
That's the
better
other
for you.
one. Okay, yeah, whichever's higher for your character. And then I just need to know pass or fail. One pass.
Pass.
Okay.
Pass.
Beautiful little book. Okay, 3 passes.
Passed.
4 passes. 1 fail. Okay. So, everyone except for Craz-E will get the chance to go before the Slickers get to go. And then the Slickers will go, and then Craz-E will round out the round for us. So, in whatever order, the other 4 of you can take your turns.
I'll go ahead and go, if that's cool. And just a quick clarification for my own knowledge here, Jeremy. I assume that we're moving constantly. So
Yes.
any movement that we take is just to change our position in the greater sort of spread of
Absolutely.
guys.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Awesome. So how far away from me is the nearest enemy vehicle?
Currently at far.
At far. Okay, cool. So I can take a shot then. So Potshot is sitting astride this heavily modified dirt bike, an excite bike, if you will, and it has on the front of it what looks like a cow catcher from a like the front of a train almost. It's sort of this pyramid sort of shape that's bolted to the front. And what Potshot does is he kind of just like turns hard left with this dirt bike, and at the same time he pulls this lever, and this cow catcher kind of slams down, and he says, let me give you a little cover, Crazy. And he's gonna sort of do a wide turn around Crazy with this cow catcher, and it just kicks up this huge wall of sand. So I'm using a sensor jammer, Jeremy, and what I'd like to do is hide myself and Crazy, basically kicking up this wall of sand with this cow catcher. And as I finish, I sort of like pull the lever back up, and the cow catcher slides back into place. And I loosen the rifle in its holster and bring it up, and I reach down and pull another lever, and the this sort of almost like a tire lock comes up and locks the handles in place as Potshot spins in his chair and is now facing backwards on the motorcycle that is continuing to go forwards. And I bring up the rifle, Sweet Susan, and take aim down the iron sights. And I'm going to try and hit one of the guys crawling on these vehicles.
Absolutely.
Because I didn't technically take a move action this turn, I have advantage on this attack because Sweet Susan is a sniper rifle.
Okay.
And that is definitely a hit. That's a 3 on the die. And I get, but +2 attack. So that's still a pass. And I deal, hang on, D6 damage, plus an additional D6 from my ambush ability from being a scout. And then +2 damage from the sniper. And I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, and I could do reckless attack if I wanted to, but okay. So 9 on the die, +2 from the heavy weapon, +2 from this from my or no, just the +2 from heavy. I'm sorry. So that is 9, 11 damage total. And then you mentioned that we're doing exploding ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I get to re-roll this 6 then. Yeah.
Okay, then, yeah.
Okay, so another 3. So I said 11, so 14 total damage on this shot as I spin around in the seat, take aim, and there's this thunderclap as Sweet Susan speaks some sweet nothings into the wasteland.
What does it look like as this particular so the basic infantry, if you will, of the Slickas, they're known as grease sweepers. So what does it look like as you kill one of these grease sweepers?
So this grease sweeper is kind of like hanging off the side of this vehicle, and he's swinging this like monkey wrench around, sort of like trying to get the rest of the grease sweepers hyped up. And the shot passes clean through his arm and actually like kind of takes the arm off of his shoulder, just the size of this bullet. And he sort of like looks down and sees that his arm is missing, and there's just a torrent of blood. And he slowly slips off of the vehicle and goes under the wheels.
Right. So they are a part of a swarm, and anytime enough damage is done to take out a unit, I have to roll the swarm die. So rolling a d8 on a 1 or a 2, it drops, or just a 1. I think it's just a 1. But that is an 8. So
damn.
Okay. Who's next on y'all's side of the fence?
I'd like to go next.
Please do.
If I may. Yeah. So, just to be clear on the mechanics, Jeremy. So the nearest enemy is at far, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And to move, if I took 2 movements, I would get close to this person, correct?
Yes, you would have to roll your engine die to do so.
Oh, perfect.
If you take the same type of action twice in the same turn, then you have to roll your engine die as a part of your second action.
I do have this thing called charging strike, which means I can make a move action towards an enemy and into an attack. I'd have to roll my engine die to do so. Would that count, or would I have to roll a engine die like twice?
No, because that's a feature that you're using essentially. So you're taking a move action and then a feature action or an attack action or something. So I don't think it counts as doing a move twice.
Wonderful, wonderful. So what I'm gonna do is Smokey like revs up his Jeep, and I imagine there's like a little faucet, this little like exhaust thing that he's hooked up to be right next to the driver's side door window, and he just sticks his face and just a guzzling, like pouring out of just this noxious black greasy smoke goes right into his face, and he just goes and he activates a few switches on his machine as the saw starts to rev up and then extend outwards, almost like a buzzing saw lance. And he starts muttering a prayer. In the fury of the storm, I am reborn. Black smoke rises. My soul ignites. He flicks a few more switches. We see the of all of the burning engine fumes going off as all the mufflers start flying out, as he just says, I ride the winds of chaos to the apex of ecstasy. Through the wreckage, I ascend. Hail the eternal blaze, for I am the harbinger of oblivion. And then he hits the brakes, and he just stops and just goes from the shot. He just goes forward, and he's going through all the dust that Potshot kicked up. And I'm going to roll my reactor die, but I basically just want to ram this dude through the smoke with my saw lance.
Hell yes, I heard. Let's do it.
All right, rolling my reactor. I'm going to use a fury point to reroll that.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, I pass on a d4. Woo. Okay, so I go towards this enemy and I'm going to attack with my strike. Now, when I'm attacking, I'm essentially using power, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty.
Yeah, if it's like a firearm or ranged weapon, it's mobility. Otherwise, it's power.
Jeremy, I'm not making this up when I say that I rolled a natural 1.
Okay, that's our first critical for the night then.
Okay, alrighty. So
hell yeah,
it's a chain blade, so I'll roll reactor die just to see if I deal damage a second time. I failed, so I won't deal damage a second time. But so this is gonna be +2 damage. It's a D8, correct?
For a brawler, I think that's right. Let me look in the book.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, it is. Hang on, I was right there on the damage die. Alrighty, so that is a total of 8. Oh, and a crit is exploding dice. Does that mean I roll it again?
So a critical is just double whatever you rolled.
All right, that'll be 16 points of damage in total then, as I come out from the shadows.
Okay.
And basically just get hit by this car.
So what does it look like as this not only works, but it works impeccably well and completely demolishes one of these pursuing vehicles?
I imagine, oh gosh, it's like this guy, like all this smoke and dust is kicked up by Potshot, and one of these guys is like trying to wipe away like on the front of his windshield, and then we just see a dark shape, almost like I'm kind of thinking like the sandworms in Dune 2, just that shape appear, and then boom, and he just sees this saw blade going. We see like this close up of his eyes going like wide as this saw blade just trims off just the entire upper half of this car, like from the bottom of the windscreen down, and it just top of this guy and his car just fly off in a spray of blood and smoke and gore. And also he just slams into this thing. So imagine it's pushing Smokey back as he hits his head on the steering wheel, and he starts bleeding from his head. But you just see the insane gleam through like the smoky goggles.
Fantastic. Jackson, please take another fury point.
Oh, thank you so much.
That was a tremendous description and turn.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Who's next?
I think at this point, after seeing all that carnage, um, Cranky was kind of like singing to himself, and he opens up these panels, and the switches are like two of the switches are missing. The other two he has to flip up a few times to get them to go, but finally they all start going, and all you hear is toots, toots, toots. And all these propane tanks are flipping in the air, and they just start hitting one after another. I imagine the person looks up, and all of a sudden this propane tank falls on them, and I'm using missile barrage.
Hell yeah. Is there anything that I have to roll on my end, or is it just you
It
roll me
says
some damage?
test power. If you
Oh, okay.
succeed, deal 44.
All right. So yeah, roll your power. See if you can get underneath what your score is.
I pass.
Excellent. Okay, so you deal 44 divided however you wish, I believe.
I think it's near or far. I'm just gonna go for all near.
Okay.
See if I can get some of the other vehicles to crash into each other.
Okay.
Oh wow! So that's 16 damage.
Wow. Okay. Maxed out. Y'all are just eating these people alive. Okay, so these things, we just see these. I imagine there's like a silence, right? Like from where we hear the sound of your mechanized catapult kind of launching each of these, and then we see this craziness kind of unfolding with Smokey kind of colliding into like the very forefront of this convoy, and then there's just these boom, 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 like these four very small but very powerful explosions amongst this stretch of vehicles. 16 points. That's going to take out another 2. So I need to roll this twice more. I rolled a 4 whenever I rolled against Smokies. So okay, so the swarm stands still, but they have taken a number of losses already, and this skirmish is just really getting started. All right, I think that just leaves Mongrel
before he finishes,
Mm-hmm.
he will get on the little radio, and to Mongrel he will be like, "Show me what you got." Like trying to like mess with him to see if if he can bring it. And
Okay.
when you use some inspiring speech on him, I believe I gotta do a reactor die if I do 2 use moves, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So your module, missile barrage, was a use action?
Yeah, it was a use. It was a module.
Okay.
And the inspiring thing is a pilot move. I rolled D5 on the D6.
Okay, so yeah, your engine die is all good.
And yeah, he gets advantage on the next test he made.
Perfect. Okay. So Mongrel, the gauntlet has been kind of thrown down by Cranky Tiger. He's kind of issued his challenge. So what does that look like?
I am as Mongrel's driving this dune buggy and it's hitting these sand dunes. He's looking around and he's got like this like tool bag as he pulls out this kind of lead pipe as he kind of shoves it down and sticks the gas pedal in place. And he just kind of has this bungee cord as he kind of wraps it around the steering wheel to kind of hold it in place, as well as he climbs up out of the sunroof that doesn't have a sunroof plate anymore, as he grabs the submachine gun that's on top, and he just swivels it behind as he's going to just rip, just kind of saw across the vehicles that are like right behind them.
I think there's a shot where we see several bullets like ricocheting all around Smokey.
All right, so yeah, so that's a 3 on the die. Definitely a pass there.
Excellent.
Roll my damage die here. Where are you? All right, that's a 5.
Okay. 5. All right. So yeah, there's bullets flying, and we can hear them kind of ricocheting off of all of this rusted metal that most of these vehicles have like plated all over them. Several of them find their mark, largely superficial, as this was more of a coverage type attack than like a precision attack. So there's definitely many of these grease sweepers who have been kind of injured, but they are still after this precious guzzolene or oil that you have stolen from them.
I'm also going to use one of my pilot actions, engine recharge. So I'm going to do basically what it looks like as I like slap back down into the seat. I just kind of move over and I get close enough to Potshot, and I reach down and I pull out this octane boost, and I like basically hold it out to him so that he could basically just shove it down into his engine. So he gets to improve his engine die type 1 step, and I have to up to its maximum, and I have to roll my engine die.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So Potshot goes from a D4 to a D6.
And my engine is still good.
Okay. All right. We watch as the carnage and the mayhem starts to unfold as these two convoys finally clash with each other. Inside the melee that is now starting to unfold within this early the first part of this convoy, as grease sweepers start to jump from the various places they've kind of been holding on to or riding on the outside of these vehicles, jumping onto Smokey's car and trying to get at him to attack him that way. So Smokey, you're going to have a little bit of fun here.
Bring it on. Let's do it.
These guys, one of the abilities they have is called Frenzied. They deal a D4 additional damage to close enemies. So they are going to currently come after you with Diggers and Scrapers, their basic attack. I need you to test mobility, please.
Awesome. Failure.
Okay. So they are going to slam on you with their wrenches and pickaxes and things of that nature. And there's actually, again, as of right now, you're the only one who's close enough who's closed with them. So not only do they get their frenzied, I'm also going to throw their swarm die on there as damage.
Heck yeah.
Alright, so you're going to take damage, or you've got damage coming at you, rather, worth 10 points.
Oh! Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. I've got 5 armor points. I think let's do it. I'm going to reduce that all the way down to 0, so I can reduce that to just a 5.
All right. So you, for the most part, are able to kind of hide behind the the various reinforcements and things that you've kind of built into this vehicle.
I think it's like my door, my door hand, my driver's side door has like a little slot that I hook it in, and I unattach it and it becomes a shield. So I just broke apart my own Jeep a little bit just so I can have a shield to block.
Nice. Oh yeah. There was like a stick that was like serving as the hinges or something, and you were easily able to just kind of like break that off.
100%.
And there's sparks just like flying everywhere as these steel tools kind of strike against the steel of your door frame. And though you managed to avoid the worst of it, several of the blows still managed to hit you on your shoulders, your back, as they're all kind of, you can hear them like yelling and screaming at one another, but it's impossible to discern anything that they're saying.
It's like I'm fighting Harkonnens.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So all of you can see that Smokey has been almost kind of like swarmed. They are jumping all over his vehicle. Several of the rest of them have pressed the advanced past Smokey, kind of closing the distance from far to near to any of you who did not move. And as they get closer, they are going to start using their ranged attacks, which their ranged attacks are a mixture of... Oh, no, not yet. Okay. They are throwing bolts. Now, when I say bolts, I mean like the kinds of bolts that you might find at like an oil refinery. The heads of these bolts are easily probably 5 inches, 6 inches across. The entirety of them are probably about 8 to 10 inches, and they probably weigh about 4 or 5 pounds apiece. They are holding these bolts by the threads and just rearing back and hurling them as hard as they can at you. So, I need everybody but Smokey, because I think everybody was still within the same group. I don't think anybody else moved out of the group. I need the 4 of you each, please, to test mobility. Ooh, all right. Ooh, okay. Potshot and Mongrel. How about you, Cranky? Pass. A 1 does not matter on a defense. Okay. So Potshot and Mongrel are both going to get hit.
Are any of them close to me?
Yes. Yeah, the 4 of
Any
you,
of them
other than
have-
Smokey, are all within close range.
Sure. Does anybody have a lot fewer hit points? Well, not Smokey, but I mean of the ones who fail.
I should be
Mongrel.
okay. I should be okay.
All right. Well, if anybody seems like they're in dangerous territory, please let me know, because I can kind of get in the way.
Okay. Because we are at the beginning of this, and there are a lot of them, I am going to be adding the swarm die to this damage as well. So, Potshot and Mongrel, both, you will take 2 points of damage. Snake Eyes.
I'm not even going to bother using armor points on that. I'm going to just take it right to the dome.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe they were tiny bolts. I don't know. Apparently they were a little less scary than I was intending.
It's like, ow! Stop it! Stop throwing bolts at me.
But I did roll a 1 on the swarm die, which means it goes from a D8 to a D6. So apparently, several of them were succumbing to the spray fire that Mongrel was lying down, the residual like fires from Cranky Tiger's propane bombs, the wrecks that kind of happened after that. So they are definitely starting to get their numbers kind of thinned. Okay, that brings us to Craz-E.
All right. So they're like right on top of us now, right?
Yeah, they're kind of like overtaking the back of your group right now.
All right. So I was at the back, so I want to do, well, something crazy. So I basically flip or pull a massive handle on the floor that shifts the engine. So I begin turning myself around, so I'm going to start driving backwards, but I'm facing them, so that the spear launcher at the front of my car and or the spear launcher at the front of the truck, is lined up with what they're kind of aiming at. So I wanna launch that at the wheels of one of the pursuit vehicles. Try and see if I can kind of pin them down.
Absolutely.
So, what do I roll to attack?
You are using a module, or is this just your normal ranged?
Just normal ranged weapon.
Okay. So you should probably test mobility.
Mobility?
You are Brawler? Nope, Titan.
Titan.
Titan. So you are technically using a heavy ranged weapon.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so you're going to roll your d20 and you're going to add 2 to the result. And you're wanting to get under your mobility score.
So that is a total of 9, which clearly passes my mobility.
Excellent. Okay, so that is a hit then. So now you roll your damage die, which is a d6.
6.
And if you hit, because it's a heavy weapon, you add 2 to the damage as well.
All right, so it's a total of 5 damage.
Okay. All right, that was enough to finish off the next of them. So I'm going to roll
and
swarm die.
In my spin around, I want to have thrown up some sand with my big monster truck tires, and I'm going to use a pilot ability, energy shield. So I'm blocking potential damage, and we'll say to Potshot. And I know because I'm using 2 abilities, I got to roll my engine die.
So you don't, because you had an attack, and then you had a use, which are 2 different action types.
Oh, excellent.
So you're fine there. It's only whenever you use the same action type twice.
Got it. Yay.
Awesome. Okay.
So if Potshot takes any damage this round, you can reduce it by a d4.
Hell yeah. Okay. So yeah, so you can describe what it looks like as this harpoon absolutely takes out another vehicle full of these Goombas.
Yes. So the aim was to kind of go for driver's side front tire. So the spear launches and at such an angle that it kind of pops the tire, but as it kind of begins to spin, it causes the whole thing to kind of like, flip ass over tea kettle, crushing whoever was kind of on top, and obviously stopping it from going anywhere else.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of the first round. And we see a development from deeper within the convoy. We hear this teeth rattling horn sound as the vehicles kind of start to make a part, if you will. And we see a van that has had the back half of it turned into a flatbed. And they're driving this thing like just pedal to the metal forward. We can also see that there is a harpoon mounted to the passenger side, just like on the hood. And we can also see that instead of wheels, this flatbed van has tank treads that are just like churning the sand kind of beneath it as it is hauling ass forward. And it is covered with rusty spikes. But
I think Craz-E is gonna have to look at that vehicle for a moment and seriously respect it, regardless of whether this is a bad guy or not. It's like, yeah, I like that.
Fantastic. Now, there's a little bit of hate envy kind of going on. I imagine it's yeah, game respects game. Absolutely. This vehicle is tearing ass forward, and we see a different kind of specimen that is riding in the rear of this vehicle. This vehicle's name, by the way, is the Gigawagon. The Gigawagon is charging forward, and we see this mutant in the back, holding on to a roll bar kind of that goes across the back of the cab, if you will, of this front half of this van. And he easily stands a head or two above even the tallest of the grease sweepers. He is bristling with rebar spikes and armor of all kinds, likewise wearing a mask. But it's the fact that he has a third arm that is also wielding a weapon that gives you maybe a little bit of pause.
Sure.
Some of you in this group might have come across this individual. This individual is kind of a lieutenant amongst the Slickers, and his name is Azkika. This flatbed, treaded vehicle monstrosity is rapidly making its way up through the ranks of the pursuant Slickers. But they don't get to go yet. So, starting back at the top of the initiative order for round 2, let's go ahead and roll initiative again, please. Once again, it's mobility or systems, whichever is higher. Pass, fail, 2 passes, 3 passes. And what you got, Mongrel?
I gotta pass as well.
Pass as well. Okay. So, again, kind of the same split. We've got 4 before, 1 after. However, the one who will have to come after the Slickers this round will be Cranky Tiger. So, the other 4 of you, in whichever order that you wish, please take your turns.
Well, I just went, so anybody else feel free to take it.
And I went first last time, so someone else should go first.
I'll go first. What the heck?
I'll go first if you want me to.
Hey guys, let's be nice to Jeremy. Let's let him go first.
Really?
No. No. So, Jeremy, how many of these Slickers are on my Jeep?
Roll me a D4 plus 1, Jackson.
5. So
okay, there you go. A whole host.
A whole host. All right. So I'm going to this is really dumb, but it's Mad Max. Let's go for it.
Mad Max it has a little dumb in it. That's fine.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Exactly.
As these guys are like hitting away on Smokey's little door shield, it's starting to get bent in, and we just hear Smokey just going and he's slowly reaching under his seat, and we just hear kaboom, kaboom, and we hear a click and the sound of a grenade pin falling on the bottom of his car, and he, like, maybe there's a moment where the Slickers kind of like rear back, and he just tosses the this little frag grenade right up through the windshield handle of his shield, and it goes up into the air, and he just says, "Paint the sky with fire." And I need to make a power attack, but this is my frag grenade that I'm gonna be using.
Oh, let's do it.
All right. Okay, that was just under my powers. That just succeeds.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna do 2d6 damage to one near enemy and another enemy close to that person. So I guess this is 2 people. Mm-hmm. Holy crap! That's 12 damage maxed out.
Good grief, y'all are monsters. Okay.
So would those dice re-roll?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Because we have explosive dice.
Okay.
Good catch, Ted.
All right. 7. Just doing quick maths here. Been playing RPGs for 10 years. You'd think I'd be good at some math, but that's funny. That's gonna be 19 damage.
Holy
yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to roll the swarm die a few times. That's a 6. 4. There's a 1. Okay, so their swarm die is going to drop from a D6 down to a D4. The number of grease sweepers is definitely thinning out a bit. This doesn't seem to be deterring Azkika at all yet, but there's definitely not going to be very much support for him in the near future.
Heck yeah. And then my second action, as like blood just kind of splats everywhere. Imagine there's 3 more guys on top of me, so I'm just gonna. I don't know if this would be a mobility or systems check, but I just want to like drive and spin, if that makes sense. Just like hit the steering wheel to the far left and just like spin as we're going.
Throw them off.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's do I think it's going to be probably a systems test.
Awesome. Great, because
pushing your machine.
That is my best stat for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Heck yeah. That just succeeds.
Okay. So I think that you managed to throw off numbers 3 and 4, but number 5 is like still holding on, like maybe like on the hood, like, you know, his legs dragging like the front of the vehicle, but he's holding on to the hood as best he can as you're kind of pulling this crazy maneuver.
And as he's just holding on, I hold the steering wheel and I just throw my arms outward, just singing, "Sky reigns chaos, the ground sings doom. Laugh with me in the fireworks of fate."
You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
No, I'm not. You're crazy.
Hey, I'm crazy.
No, he's crazy. Who's on first? Anyhow.
Okay. Who's next?
I thought this guy was vibing. I thought we were on the same level, Jeremy. What the heck?
Sorry. It's just the grease on the outside.
Sorry, I'm just coming on. Oh, this guy's a poser. Okay.
It's Mongrel like will he'll hit the brakes, and although I mean it's not like on a road, but it's just like this swath of sand billows up as like the caravan starts to catch up. But just kind of like before this bus, is going to basically run him over. He kicks it back into gears. The tires. This is a dune buggy, so it grips the sand pretty well, and he starts to pick up speed again. But he's just close enough now that he begins to again reaches down in this tool bag, and he is going to grab some pipe bombs, and he just starts and just like throwing them out the window right behind him as it's just flinging him into this bus of annihilation. So I'm going to use my missile barrage is what I'm doing.
Nice. Okay. And this is headed for the Gigawagon?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if anything, I'm not aiming for anything in particular. I mean, I'm all for if it just like gets rolled up into the tank wheels, because if it goes off, it goes off. All right, so that is a 1 on there.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
So I'll take that. And that's 4d4. So it's 3. Okay. So that's 9. And then I'm just going to roll it all again, correct?
Yeah. Well, you double it for a crit. But any of them
just double it?
Yeah, but any of them that landed on a 4, you're supposed to roll again because of the explosion damage.
Yeah, I got 1 4.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so 10, and if I double it's 20.
Brief. Okay. 20. So that's another 3. Okay, it's a 3. Rolling d4s now. That's a 2. And that is a 3. 20 points. By 8. Yeah. Okay. So, these pipe bombs kind of blow the front tread off of one of the little 4 triangles or whatever that are driving this van forward. I'm almost seeing like, remember that weird ass van from He-Man? It had like the 4 separate triangular tank treads, almost kind of like that. So like the passenger side front tank tread gets hit and kind of like blown loose as one of these bombs blows up, and the Giga Wagon kind of like, jerks hard to the right as the driver tries to kind of wrestle control of this vehicle, try to keep it on track. The individual in the passenger seat catches a bunch of the shrapnel that kind of comes up through the door and the window of the passenger side of this van as the tank tread explodes with this pike bomb. Okay.
How many vehicles are around, us, and that's not the Giga Wagon?
There's probably only like a handful left, like 3 or 4 or so at this point. Most of the rest of them have been disabled or destroyed. They're kind of a part of the same swarm.
Would I be able to flavor an attack as trying to push one vehicle into another?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's very abstract. So like for the number of people and the number of vehicles.
Well, I want to use a pilot ability. I want to use my engine recharge again, but this time for Smokey. So I'm going to basically maneuver to where I am going to get in front of him, and I'm going to pull a NASCAR trick, and I'm just going to have him basically use the same airflow as I am, as I'm just going to get in front and just maneuver just as much, just to kind of pull like I'm pulling him, so he can move his die type up once, and I'll roll my die.
Thank
Still
you so
good.
Much. Thank you.
It was close. I rolled a 2. So
that puts
my apologies, Mongrel. I thought you were done.
No, you're good. You're good. There's you get like 4 actions in this game.
From a D4 to a D6. Right. Everybody's at a D6 now. All right. Sorry. Go ahead, Crazy.
All right. So with a melee weapon, I imagine we roll power.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So heavy melee weapons, I had 2. I rolled a 4. That's a 6. That is under my power.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
still good.
So I explode. So that is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage to the vehicle that I'm pushing into another.
What was the damage again? Sorry.
10.
10 more. Okay.
Right. And then kind of as I'm doing this, I'll kind of like be flooring it to kick up more sand, and I'll give a sand shield over to Crazy Tiger. So if either Potshot or Crazy Tiger takes damage this round, it's reduced by a D4.
Fantastic. Okay, but also please describe what it looks like as you take out the rest of basically the infantry, the underlings that are not on the Giga Wagon.
So I kind of spin around in circles. The monster truck tires on this thing really are eating up the sand, and it's kind of going in all directions. But I position myself right in the middle of this vehicle. And are these guys doing any of the the stuff from the movies where they're like spitting gas into the engines or any of that kind of stuff?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. So as as I collide, one of these guys drops their cup full of gas like into the engine, which causes it to explode, which kind of catalyzes or into the second engine, and that I just keep kind of pushing them off track, and I'm slightly away from the group for a moment, but I've at least knocked off the these 2 vehicles from being able to do anything.
Hell yeah. Please take a fury point, Ted.
Oh, cool.
Beautiful. Okay. As the swarm of grease sweepas seems to mostly be handled, the Gigawagon is pulling forward now. And the passenger who has caught all of this shrapnel from the pipe bomb that Mongrel threw just moments before is going to reach up with his good hand and grab a hold of the trigger mechanism on this hood-mounted harpoon, and he's going to pull back hard and launch this harpoon in your direction. So what I would need from you is to test mobility, please. Mongrel.
And who is that coming at?
Mongrel.
Mobility is not my best, so that is a fail.
Okay.
I was curious, is there a chance that I can use my fury points so you can reroll?
I saw your question and I didn't answer it yet. I don't know if they can be used off turn or not. You know what? If we had a creator of the game in this session with us, maybe we could ask.
Yeah, it would be great. It would be super cool if that guy knew how to play the game too. That would be really amazing. I think Zeta points so if you're using them like I put them in the book, they're intended to use on other players, so it would have to be on somebody else's turn. So
okay,
yeah,
fair point.
Yeah, you can use them. Yeah,
fair point. All right. So yeah, Jose, you want to? You said impose disadvantage.
I wanted to give Mongrel advantage.
Reroll the reactor die. Give one additional. So, fury points can be used to have another player reroll their reactor die, reroll their damage die, or gain an additional action on their turn.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess another action then.
Okay.
And I guess if to narrate it, he would be close to him, and since he's in a motorcycle, he would start like tapping the back of his truck and tell him, "Come on, hurry up."
Like a horse's flank.
Pretty much.
Perfect. Okay. So we see Cranky Tiger trying to encourage Mongrel to drive a little faster. And then all of a sudden there's this like punching noise as this harpoon pierces one of the panels of Mongrel's vehicle. Mongrel, you're going to take 2 points of damage as this pierces your car. But in addition, harpoon, because they hit, this allows Ass Kicker to immediately use his powerful legs for free. So this harpoon goes, sticks into your car, and you feel like resistance, like your tires start kind of spinning as it kind of drags you a little closer to the Gigawagon, closing the distance just enough that Ass Kicker then kind of, you hear this, and this guy Hulk leaps into the air and crosses the distance between your two vehicles and lands on top of your car, on top of your dune buggy. One of his mutated arms kind of grabbing a hold of the roll bar, and he is going to reach into your car and use his powerful legs ability allows him to reach far locations in one move. Let's see. He is going to use his whirlwind of mitts. So you need to test mobility as these 3 fists start pummeling down on you.
Ooh, that's a pass.
Okay.
I will also say that I'm gonna absorb that initial harpoon hit with it takes out my shield plating, but
okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So like it like maybe even like rips the panel of your
it's like
car.
I mean that's gone,
yeah.
but the car is still drivable.
Absolutely. Okay. So you manage to kind of like make yourself kind of low in your seat as he just kind of like rains these fists down all around you. But in this case, the tight quarters of your dune buggy kind of prevent him from really managing to make real solid contact, because he has all of these rebar spikes that are kind of, from what you can tell, they're like bolting his armor onto his body. This guy reeks of infection. Like, if you've ever like smelled like an infected wound, which again, most wastelanders are probably somewhat familiar with that at least. This guy reeks of it. Okay. So he got to use his legs, his powerful legs for free. He just used his whirlwind of mitts. Since this is his first turn, he's also going to use Roaring Rampage. So I need all close or near targets, which I believe that is all of you. I need all of you, please, to test presence.
Oh.
Okay, fail from Potshot. Pass from Smokey, pass from Mongrel, pass from Craz-E. Fail from Cranky Tiger. Okay, so Potshot and Cranky Tiger, both of you are going to take 2 damage as you're kind of shaken whenever he, like, as he starts swinging his fists down, he screams like a gorilla. Just this roar! And he's like tearing pieces of the dune buggy off.
You said Cranky Tiger and Potshot, right? Isn't that both of who I shielded?
Yeah,
It is, in
just
fact,
rolled for the
absolutely.
shield and got a
So
2
you both
on
would
it.
get to roll a d4 and absorb.
Okay, so Cranky Tiger, you got a 2, so you completely negated the... Yep, okay. Same?
Yep, I negated it as well. Yeah, I rolled a 2.
Well done. Hell yeah.
Thanks, Ted.
Titan
Take
doing his
another-
job.
Take another Fury point, Ted.
Oh, jeez. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so what does it look like, and from the 3 of you involved in this, what does it look like as this help, this assistance from Craz-E has prevented the 2 of you from becoming like shaken by his roar and his rampage?
Well, I mean, I would say like the fury of me, spinning around in the sand, like whatever this guy is doing, they just can't see it, they can't hear it, so it's not going to impact them.
I was gonna say it would be cool if this guy's like screaming like a gorilla and Craz-E just reaches up and just like drowns it out with his horn, so he just can't even hear it.
Perfect. I love it. Okay. So that is Ass Kicka's turn. So bringing up the bottom of the round is Cranky Tiger.
You forgot Potshot.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, did I skip your turn?
You did, but it's not a big deal because
Oh,
I was so
my
into
bad.
what the Gigawagon was doing, so I didn't even give a shit.
Please take your turn now.
Awesome, cool, will do. So Potshot is kind of like doing this this incredible dance where he's sort of weaving in and out of the cars, even at some points like driving under some of the larger vehicles. And every time he gets a clear shot, he locks the handlebars in place on this dirt bike with this little pivot that he has, locking the bike straight, and then he gets into whatever position he needs to get in to take the shot, even if that means like getting up and like crouching on top of the bike like at a weird angle, and then he just like bounces back down, undoes the lock, and like takes off, and that's sort of his like whole deal in this fight. So I'm gonna go ahead and just take a couple of attacks here and see what I can do. So the first attack is a 1, so that is a critical success.
Wow, damn. Are you shooting? Well, I guess technically they're one and the same. The Gigawagon or Ass Kicka?
So at this point, I'm trying to take out more vehicles. So anytime I'm focusing on drivers. Anyone who's behind the wheel of a vehicle, I'm like trying to get headshots on.
Okay, so we're gonna put this towards the Gigawagon then.
Yes, cool, awesome. So critical hit. So I'll go ahead and roll my damage. I don't think I get an extra die because I'm not hidden anymore. So I'll just get the +2 from my heavy weapon. So 2 on the die, +2, 4 doubled. So 8 damage on that critical hit.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
So the Gigawagon is still in this, but please, you can describe this critical hit whenever you get a chance. But we
Okay,
can also
cool.
calculate your second hit if you want.
Yeah, let me see what I get with the second hit here. Second hit is gonna second hit is gonna fail because it's a heavy weapon, so +2. So I meet my my stat. So second attack misses. Let me roll my engine die really quick. I'm good. So the critical hit was like he gets his bike in front of the Gigawagon, like he's sort of like in its space, and he locks his bike in place, spins around, and he actually stands up on the bike like he's standing on top of the bike as it's driving, and he just takes the shot with the rifle through the windshield of the Gigawagon, and maybe I hit the driver like in the shoulder or something with this shot.
Hey, Potshot, how do you feel like taking another shot?
I'm sure, yeah.
So I'll use one of my fury points.
Ooh,
nice.
Ooh,
okay.
Okay, yeah. I'll do another attack and I'll roll. I'll roll my engine die and stuff. That's a hit. That's a hit. That's a pass.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and roll my engine die 1st. Ooh, downgrading my engine die on a 2,
Ooh,
so I'm down to a
okay.
D4 again, Jeremy.
Yep. Gotcha.
And then let me roll some damage. A 4 on the die +2, so 6 damage on that attack.
Okay, that brings it to 14 total.
Yes, 14 total.
Okay, so the Gigawagon is on its last treads. The driver slumps over, not hitting him in the shoulder, or hitting him in the shoulder the first time, perhaps. Maybe even to put him in direct line where you want him to be. And then this third shot that you fire, you can describe what it looks like as it does actually finish off the driver.
So Potshot takes the first shot, hits. He sees the splatter of blood in the cab of the Gigawagon, knowing that he hit. He, slams the bolt, lines in another shot, takes it, misses, and he kind of scolds himself a little bit. Again, slides the bolt, puts another bullet in there, and he eases out a quick breath and just says to himself, "All right, your shot, mama." And he'll take the shot, and it just goes through the windshield, and he doesn't even see what happens. The windshield is so dirty, but he sees this splatter of blood and brain matter just coat the windshield, and then the Gigawagon like turns sharply, and so he just knows that like dude got hit in the head and then slumped against the wheel, and now the Gigawagon is sort of doing this sharp turn.
Absolutely. We also see the passenger, still injured from the shrapnel, is trying to reach over to grab a hold of this wheel, trying to keep it under control as best he can, but it's going to be difficult to do at this point. Okay, now, Crazy Tiger. What do you want to do with your turn?
What he's gonna do after seeing the crazy guy jumping on Mongrel's vehicle, he's gonna move right next to his vehicle, and he's gonna push a button, and then the back wheels are gonna shoot some spikes at him.
Heck yeah. Is this a ranged attack?
Yes.
Or is it a module? Okay.
That's a pass. And
Okay.
That's an 8.
Another 8. Okay. So, this is ass kicker. All right. I think this is the first time he's taken any damage correctly. All right, you fire these spikes. Is there like a particular launcher that these things use?
He has like a thing where they come out of the tires are modified where the spikes come out
Oh,
of, and he can
nice.
hit a
Okay.
button and they shoot, and then it like has another pair.
Okay. Hell yeah. I like that. So they're like, maybe like modified nails or something that, kind of like can be fed in by the dozens, and they kind of like stick out of these hubcaps or something, and there's some kind of pneumatic like launching system. Um, Mongrel, you're like in the dune buggy watching as Kika like slam his fists down, trying to get a hold of you, pulling off parts of your ride, and he rears up, and like all along the back of his tricep and his forearm and like his shoulder, you just watch like a ton of nails just like appear, just like just like 14, 15 of them in his arm, and he just keeps fighting.
And then after that, he's gonna back up until he gets right next to Potshot, and he would start. I would imagine that some of his engine is showing, and he would just take out a hammer and hit it, and he's like, "Okay, I think this will work," and he's using the reactor charge on him,
Ooh,
and I pass.
nice. Okay. So his goes from a D4 back up to a D6.
Yeah.
Overclocking that dirt bike. All right. Everybody's back up to a D6. So that brings us to the bottom of the round. So, looking around, Ass Kika realizes the Giga Wagon has been forced to kind of pull off. Most of the rest of the vehicles of the Slickers have been destroyed. He kind of realizes this, and he turns and he looks forward where your group is headed, and he jumps again off of Mongrel's dune buggy, causing it to kind of bounce on its shocks, as shitty as they might be, and lands in the sand kind of just below where he had leapt off of the vehicle, and stands to his full height as we pan out and we see another convoy larger than the first of Slickers starting to pull up and catch up to where the Giga Wagon is pulled over. And we turn the camera around to see where it is that your group is headed. And ahead of us, we see a wasteland legend. This stretch of road where you have now found yourselves basically being funneled into is referred to as the Gauntlet. So, we are entering the Gauntlet now. I need each of you, please, to roll any die type that you wish. I just need to know even or odd. One even. One odd. Another even. Another even. Another odd. Okay. That means we are going to be going through the Gauntlet in 8 rounds. So, how this is going to work is at the top of the round, I am going to get one of you, a volunteer, to roll a d8 for me, and we're going to determine what type of hazard that is going to face you in the next leg of going through this gauntlet. So, who wants round 1?
I got you.
A d8, please.
That is going to be a 3.
A 3. Okay, first up, we are facing the flamethrowers. So as you enter the gauntlet, and it's this kind of like narrow, like drainage canal that has like these 30, 40-foot tall cliff faces of rock and concrete. And there's ship parts that are like sticking out, some of them kind of spanning the gap across these kind of rotted skeletal hulls of these ancient ships. So as you're kind of moving into this trench, the first thing we see is these long streams of fire that kind of get thrown across your path that you're going to have to try to overcome. So what I need from each one of you in turn, whatever order that you wish to do, I need you to test system, please. Okay. Let me see. 903 is where we started. Okay, so Smokey got a fail. Everybody else passed. All right. So Smokey, apparently they just... No, you know what? It might be because you're covered with soot and you're like literally like giving off like powdered like coal.
That makes sense.
These flamethrowers are gonna light you up. So this round, you're gonna take 9 points of damage.
Oh my god.
The next round, you're gonna take another d6 before the
Okay.
fires are out. In addition, I need you to also roll your engine die, please.
You got it. Success.
All right. Your engine does not catch on fire.
Could I say, because the last dude is still on my car.
He's
So-
not.
Oh, he's not. He got
No,
knocked
no.
off.
Yeah. You can describe how he, or you can describe it as a part of this.
Well,
That's
I was
beautiful.
thinking like a
Please do.
flamethrower is like about to hit me, and I just like grab him and like put him in front of me, and he just like screams as I just like hide behind him and just get like burnt myself, but he just catches the most of just this flame gout at him.
Or maybe that's what protected your engine.
Oh, nice.
He's like
I
crawling
that.
back over the hood, like trying to get you.
I love it.
Amazing. Okay. The rest of you, please describe how you managed to avoid the flamethrowers.
So Crazy, he'll see what's going on, and maybe it's a matter of he's been through the gauntlet before, or he just kind of has a sense about the engineering of this place, and he just is like, all right, charge forward, and he just puts the pedal to the metal and just zooms past all the flames, and with all the armor that is on his truck, it's just like, whatever. Outside's a little bit hotter than normal, but no fires.
I think Cranky just sees it going and gets right behind him, so he takes most of their flames.
The Mongrel's maneuvering through, and he sees this one like debris that kind of makes kind of a ramp, and he'll floor it, but only on one side, so only one side kicks up, and he kind of does this quarter turn as he lands back. Maybe another piece of paneling just kind of chips off as he lands hard.
Absolutely. Please take a fury point, Alan.
Potshot does the classic, like he sees this gout of flame sort of spanning the road in front of him, and he just leans the bike down as far as possible and slides under it, and then sort of pops it back up and then takes off.
That's awesome.
like
Still the
Mission
king
Impossible.
of onomatopoeia.
You know, that's how dirt bikes
It absolutely does. Exactly. It was not a facetious title, Matt. You wear the crown well. Okay. All right, so that's the first round of the gauntlet. So I need a volunteer to roll a d8 for round 2, please.
I'll do
I
it.
got you. Oh,
That is going to be dose 2.
2. Okay. You've rolled swinging bombs. So we see these massive clusters of 50-gallon drums and propane tanks that are on the ends of these entirely ridiculous length chains that are swinging and dropped from inside the hollow hulls of these ships that kind of span this gap, and they kind of swing down in front of you, and we're trying to see if we can avoid getting hit with those, not getting caught in their explosions. So I need each one of you, please, to test mobility. Okay, 2 passes, 1 fail. 3 passes, 1 fail, 2 fails. Okay. So Smokey.
And I still take a d6 of fire from the previous one.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'll get that here in just 1 second. Smokey.
So are we back? Are we close together again?
Yeah, you're all within close range of each other.
All right. Are you doing okay there, Smokey?
Let's just say on a scale of 0 to 25, I'm at 11.
Do we get actions during this phase there, Jeremy? Or
Yeah,
are we
absolutely.
just in...
Yep.
All right. All right. Can I do a quick fix and restore 2 hit points to Smokey?
Absolutely.
Appreciate.
Okay.
So I take a 1 AP to restore 2 HP.
So that's a great point. And apologies for not even clocking to that. So before we kind of get into the full nitty gritty of what happens in the second round, at the end of the first round, is there anything that the 5 of you want to do other than just kind of running the gauntlet? Are there actions you want to take?
I think if possible, Cranky would have tried to reload his propane tank catapult thing.
Okay, absolutely. Okay. All right, so these bombs swing down. For the most part, your group is able to avoid them. However, Smokey, you're going to get caught with one, kind of right in the front driver fender. And Mongrel, you are also caught with one, we'll say on the back passenger side fender, as they kind of like slam into the sides of your car. Both of you are going to take 4 damage. Smokey, that second round, the second round of fire is a 6. Oh wait, it explodes. Okay, 7 total.
Oh my god.
That's 11 points of damage that he just took this round.
Yes.
Ow.
In addition,
We're on a 2, friends. We're on
these
2.
bombs, as they slam down and go off, each one of them that goes off, everybody who is close to said explosion, that means all of you, twice, Mongrel once, Smokey once, need to make another mobility test, please.
Ooh.
That's a critical fail.
Same.
Oh.
Oh.
I'm tossing a Zeta point.
Okay. Where are you throwing a fury point?
Fury point. Yeah, I'm throwing it to Smokey.
Oh, my way.
Oh,
okay.
thank you kindly.
There you go.
Success. Thank you kindly. You know,
Okay.
maybe the apocalypse was the friends we made along the
Oh
way.
my gosh. All right. So, okay. Craz-E,
Yes, sir.
you got caught in the blast from Mongrel. Actually, I think it's the bomb that hits Mongrel explodes and kicks his car, his vehicle, kind of into the side of your own, which kind of causes you to veer off into some of the detritus, like mangled junk, like of exploded vehicles that have kind of been pushed to the side here. So you're going to take 4 points of damage as well. Smokey, you passed. A Potshot failed. So Potshot, you're going to take 2 points as the flame, the fire, kind of rolls over you from Smokey's explosion. Oof.
I will take that as hit points, so that if I need to armor up anybody else, I have the points to do that with.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, if it wasn't for those 2 points you just gave me, Ted, I would be dead.
Okay.
I built this character to kind of be a support, so
Appreciate
glad it's working.
Yeah.
That was round 2. Who wants to roll for round 3?
I got you.
roll. I'll go.
Okay.
That's a 6.
6. Scrap metal rain. As you pass underneath one of these other ships, these kind of like crane like structures that kind of like spans this gap, a bunch of the miscreants that are kind of hanging out here in the gauntlet start just dropping heavy pieces of metal down at you as you drive underneath. I need each of you please to test power. Oh, Potshot. Smokey, crit pass or crit fail? Pass, okay. So everybody managed to avoid this except for Potshot. Potshot, you are catching.
Let me send you a fury point as Smokey like bumps into your the back of your motorcycle to push you forward out of the way.
All right, Potshot, what you doing with that fury point?
Oh, can I can't re-roll with a can I with a fury point?
Reroll reactor die, reroll damage die, gain an additional action on your turn.
Okay. Yeah, so
Okay.
I can't really do anything with it, I don't
guess
think.
not.
Ah, shoot. I thought you could say.
No, I appreciate the help though.
Nah, no problem.
Can I do my my shielding again and reduce that by a D4?
Okay, so reduce it by a D4. All right. Let's find out what he's
Could I
taking
say
first.
that on
Go ahead.
on a crit pass that like some of the scrap metal just lands on my Jeep and I just go ooh and I push it in and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be perfect. I can use that to rebuild.
Absolutely. The part that you've been looking for.
It's door shaped. It's perfect.
It's a new hinge.
Yeah.
Okay. So Matt, if you want to go ahead and roll that D4, or Ted, either one, if you want to roll it to see how much damage is going to get absorbed.
Yeah, I'll roll it. That's 2.
Okay. 2 out of 6. So you're still going to take 4.
Okay. 4. I'm going to go ahead and take 2 to my armor points and 2 to my hit points.
All right, and then can I? It's a chassis ability to do the energy shield. It's a pilot ability to do a quick fix. So would that make me, if I wanted to do the quick fix on Smokey, would that make me roll my die, or because they're different, I'm good?
So it depends on the type. So pilot and chassis, they still fall under the categories of attack, use, move. So which 2 abilities are you using again? Energy shield?
Energy shield and quick fix.
Okay. Energy shield is a use action, and then quick fix is from engineer.
Yes.
Is also a use action, so they are both
Okay,
the same kind. Thank you.
So I would roll my my engine die.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Is a D6. I rolled a 2. So what does that mean?
Ooh. I think it downgrades, right? It's a 1 or a 2. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So
I will
lose
another
24.
another point off of armor to restore 2 more points to Smokey.
Mad appreciation. Thank you so much.
Crazy D6 to D4. Okay, some hit points to Smokey. All right, any other actions that any of you want to do?
So we're like in a free action thing right now.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Cranky's gonna go to crazy and start hammering some like his mufflers or something, make sure everything's put together and give him a reactor recharge.
Nice.
And I pass, I get a 7.
The crazy?
Yeah.
Okay, so he goes from a D4 back to a D6. Y'all doing
That
a
is
great
awesome.
job of like keeping these things running. Perfect. Okay. Anybody else? That was the end of round 3 before we roll into round 4.
Is there any chance I could try to use? I don't have an ability for this, but is there any chance I could just start trying to repair my vehicle as I'm driving?
No.
Nah,
Not in the
alright.
middle, yeah. As
Fair
an
enough,
engineer
fair
or something, maybe? Like as a black thumb? But
Oh yeah, but I don't have black thumb. Yep.
okay. So I need a masochist to roll a D8, please.
Ooh, I'll
That's
do it. I'll do it.
Okay. Round 4.
I was gonna say, what if none of us are masochists?
It's like
Then
nobody
all
say
apparently
anything.
I
somebody
jumped at
volunteered
it like
for-
that's me. 3 is what I rolled, Jeremy.
3.
We're all
Okay,
we're all DMs. We're all a little bit masochistic.
Matt, reroll it. That's flamethrowers again. So let's see if we can get
6. How about 6?
6. Nope. Scrap metal rain.
God
Roll
damn.
again.
How about 1?
1 we haven't had yet.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the flesh-eating virus. Damn it.
No. This is much simpler than that. These are pincher beams. So we've all seen Return of the Jedi, the Moon of Endor. Except these are ship I-beams.
Oh my god.
They are probably a good 12 feet tall. And they swing out of like cracks in the foundational like walls of this place, and we hear this kind of groaning as they swing on these enormous anchor chains towards your group. So, I need all of you, please, to test system.
Yeah.
And once we get through the gauntlet, we'll go on break. 3 passes, all right. 4 passes.
Yeah. Way to go,
Everybody
team.
passed. Fantastic. So I will pass the description to the 5 of you, however you wish. How does your group avoid this?
So who controls this gauntlet?
It's kind of just like a group of just another gang that just has taken over this space and just really enjoys
Hey.
torturing people that drive through here.
You guys mind if I take You guys mind if I take agency on this one? All right, so Potshot sees all the stuff that's going on, and he's been like an awesome sniper. So so that we don't have to deal with the obstacle at all. Like he kind of pulls back a little bit, takes a shot, and just hits the chain, one of the chain links, and on its swing out, it just the chain gets broken, and you watch as the thing just kind of continues off in the other direction. And we just drive without actually having to face the obstacle at all.
Fantastic.
It's amazing.
That poor other I-beam without its mate just kind of sadly like a porch swing with nobody in it. Okay. Ted, please take another fury point.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Okay. That was round 4. Any actions that you want to take before we head into round 5?
Do you want more, Smokey?
I'm good.
Was that?
I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, I'm good.
I still have five armor points that I can, pass out as, kind of healing.
Appreciate. No. Keep your reactor.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yep.
All right. Then I need somebody else, please, a volunteer to
I rolled
roll
a 2.
a d8. A 2. Re-roll, please. Those were the swinging bombs.
Did 3 already happen?
We did, yeah. Flamethrowers.
How about we cross off and roll a d4 for the ones we haven't seen yet?
I mean, technically, Ted, yes, that would work. I guess.
That
good
was a
idea.
1.
It's the new Nerdarchy video idea. Just reduce your die on random tables.
I mean, that's what I've been doing for a long time, is like, all right,
great idea.
if you want to go through everything, after a while, it's like you gotta start bumping to the new stuff.
That's a good
Okay,
idea.
4.
We'll do that. Yeah, switch to a 4. What'd you get?
4.
A 4? Oh, yeah, that's a new one. We're gonna go with that one. All right. Impromptu ramp. I need all of you, please, to roll presence.
It is just barely a pass.
Smokey got a pass. All right, Potshot got a pass. Craz-E got a pass. Okay, so Cranky Tiger and Mongrel failed. Okay, those of you that passed, I would like for the 3 of you to describe kind of what this impromptu ramp is, and each one of you take like a small piece of this description if you would. So this will not apply to Cranky Tiger and Mongrel. You miss this ramp. You don't see it. You fly past it. What this is going to mean is that the 3 that passed will get to skip the next hazard.
On the description, I think maybe like above in the roof of this gauntlet, we see like these weird mutant, like Smeagol looking type of dudes just like skittering around going gah, 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 gah. And then they run over to like a little like lever that they pull, and like in front of us we just see these chains just shoot up from the sand that was pulled down, and it lifts this thing up.
So, with all of the different sea paraphernalia that we've been kind of dealing with, I think like we're talking about like the hull of a ship is the ramp. And when they pull the lever, they're dropping like massive weights that are coming off of several different chains to pull up this massive outer hull of the ship, which creates the ramp and creates all kinds of problems, for whatever's left down on the ground.
All I hear is make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Recalculating.
Potshot, do you have anything you want to add to the description of this impromptu ramp?
I think they got it. That was awesome.
All right, nailed it. All right. So we see the 3 of you take this off ramp, if you will, and kind of launch yourselves skyward up and over whatever the next obstacle is going to be. Let's find out together what the next obstacle is, shall we? So whoever wants to can roll a d3.
I got a 3.
A 3. Ooh. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. You know what? Re-roll that, Alan. I hate to be that way, but this one won't make as much sense. A 2.
2. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So the obstacle that is missed by 3 of you is a sinkhole that opens as you drive over it. So for the 2 of you, Cranky Tiger and Mongrel, both please test mobility. I know those are your favorite words, Alan.
Okay. Luckily, I rolled a 1. So
oh, okay. Oh, both of you
I did
did.
as well.
Fantastic. So the two of you, please describe like how the both of you handle this like champs. No problems.
For Mongrel, I want to say as he's driving, and then there's like this audible as the ground begins to like fall through, like all the sand that was there immediately like evaporates like water as it just goes through all these cracks. I since I have a mobility boost on the Doom buggy, I begin turning this nozzle as I unleash this NOS, and I hit the button as these flames shoot out the rear exhaust, and the Doom buggy kind of lifts as the smaller front wheels kind of lift up a little bit. And yeah, I am speeding through as the ground behind me is just collapsing.
Cranky, he noticed something, and he's like, "Oh crap!" And he just goes right, left, right, and then just kills it left, and then in the tunnel, like his wheels go up to the side, so the car's going in between, and well, the bike, and he gets through that, and then back to normal.
Hot wheel shit right there.
Fantastic. All right, that brings us to the end of round 6. Any actions before we head into round 7? No. All right. Then I need someone to roll a d2.
All right, I'll do it.
All right.
1.
Okay. Swinging chassis. Similar to in the picture. I think I still have it up. Yeah. We see literally the bodies of vehicles and cars that are swung down on chains, just as pure blunt instruments of destruction, intended to try to wreak as much havoc as possible. So I need everyone, please, to test power. Pass from Potshot. Fail from Cranky Tiger. A pass from Crazy. A pass from Smokey. Crazy Tiger.
If it meets, it's a fail, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
I will pass my fury to Cranky Tiger. Wait, no, you can't reroll that shit. Never mind.
Yep.
Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Mongrel. Cranky Tiger. Some of these cars are pretty heavy. Oh. Roll a d10. That's the damage type. Both of you eked by with 2 points. So apparently they were not very big. Maybe they were Hot Wheels. Who knows?
Maybe they
clipped
just
us.
kind of barely scratched the side of the car or the side of the
Yes.
vehicle.
Absolutely. Yeah. It just was not a solid hit.
a little more
However-
armor plating just
Right.
flies off.
However, in addition to the damage,
They're more like
It
golf
also-
carts, really.
it also means that each one of you is going to have to, or not each one of you, but the two of you are going to have to roll an extra time on this table. Because you're basically hit hard enough that it kind of stalls you out, and you're having to go through an extra obstacle before you can exit. Okay. That was round 9. So let's go ahead and let's get that roll out of the way. So roll a d8 this time, either one of you.
4.
4. Another impromptu ramp. Okay. So both of you test presence, please.
That's pass.
Pass. How about you, Cranky Tiger? Pass as well. Okay. You took 2 damage, Cranky Tiger. Yeah. Okay, so both of you managed to find an impromptu ramp that the others didn't, because you had been knocked off course somewhat by these swinging chassis. And the two of you will be able to exit the gauntlet scot-free, as it were. It literally shoots you out of the gauntlet. However, for the other three of you, heading into the 8th and final round of the gauntlet here, I need one of the three of you, please, to give me another... No, we have but one option remaining. Please don't roll. We have Narrowing Passage. I would like for the three of you, please, to tell me what order you're going to try to exit the gauntlet in.
I feel like Potshot, you should go first since you've got the motorbike.
Yeah, I feel like I might be the only one fitting through here. So, well, in that case, maybe I should go last, because the smaller the thing gets, the harder it is for you guys to get through. But I'm pretty set no matter how narrow it gets.
All right, then I would like to go first with Smokey on my tail, and I will use Energy Shield and I will block for him.
Okay. So it is Crazy, Smokey, Potshot. That's the agreed upon order.
Imagine you've got a bunch of lubricant in the back that you can spray on the car so I could just slick through easier,
I need the three of you, please, to test presence at disadvantage. Ooh, okay.
Is double fail anything special, or if it's
No, just as long as it's not a 20.
It's just just iterating how fucked I am.
We're just gonna
double fail.
Okay.
We're just gonna conk.
So, as you're
Like
driving,
an accordion.
you realize that there's like this narrowing of this passage up ahead. But as you start to drive into it, you realize, no, that's not like a fixed distance. It slowly starts like squeezing in on you as you're driving. So the way that I set this up is the first car through takes 0 damage. So Crazy, you're good, even though you failed. The second car through is going to take a D4 damage.
Oh no.
So Smokey, you take 4 damage.
I'm done.
well, for starters,
You said you were
I was
blocking,
using
right?
I already claimed my Energy Shield.
Yep.
So he gets to roll a D4 to reduce.
Okay.
By 1. I've got 1 hit point left.
All right, no. So you took 1. How much damage did you take?
4.
4.
Right. Well, how much did you reduce it by?
1.
Oh, you've reduced 1.
So you took 3.
All right.
So I took 3, and now I have 1 hit
so-
point left.
So whatever is causing the damage, I am just going to barrel through it, and I will take it instead using my kinetic absorbers.
Nice. Okay. You said yours
Thank you,
have your vehicle has monster truck tires.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I think Smokey is literally like up on your bumper, and it's really like these wide ass monster truck tires that are kind of keeping it from squeezing Smokey's car as much as it possibly would have otherwise. And there's sparks flying because like it's squeezing the rubber of your tires enough that like the metal rims of the tire are actually like scraping against like the sides of this thing that are closing in on you.
And through the smoke from this burning rubber, you just see a thumb just.
Can't have you fall out.
Appreciate.
All right. That
Teamwork,
takes us
man.
to the third vehicle going through, which is Potshot, which is set up to take a d6 of damage. Potshot, you take 3 points.
So I imagine that it actually catches my back tire as I'm going through, and there's like as I just barely squeak through at the last second, and the sides of the dirt bike are kind of crumpled in a bit from being squeezed.
And as the last of you finally exits the gauntlet, and we see the group of you tearing ass off again through the desert wasteland as best you can, this is where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. Hang tight. We will be right back with the second part of Mad Max like oil and water.
Hell yeah.
All right, we are back from our break with the second half of our Mecha Hack game this evening. This is Mad Max flavored Mecha Hack coming at you with tons and tons of guzzolene. Like oil in water is what we're calling this one. So we rejoin the group of you as you kind of limp out of the wasteland legend known as the Gauntlet. And things have looked better for your convoy, but at least the 5 of you have survived intact with your precious stolen cargo, no less. So, is there anything that is happening or that we see as a part of, like, maybe this next leg of the travel? Are you talking amongst each other? What do we find the 5 of you doing immediately after the Gauntlet?
Smokey is definitely just repairing his ride with all the scrap metal he collected.
What kind of ride does Smokey have?
It's like a heavily armored, modified Jeep, or rather, it was. But all of its armor is pretty much scraped off, and it's pretty busted up. So he's just doing a lot of repair work. And if anyone would look over, if you would try to tune into him on the comms, you would just hear like grunts and just repair, fix.
Yeah, Potshot would also be repairing, hammering out dents and stuff on his bike. And he also, anyone who's spent any amount of time with him knows that he does this, but he sticks his rifle in the dirt, sort of, so it's the barrel is in the ground and the stock of it is sticking up in the air, and he's just conversing with it sort of nonchalantly, quietly, as he's working on his bike. And a couple times he'll even like like laugh, like the gun is telling him a joke as he's working on his bike.
Cranky will be hitting the semi part of the bike with like his wrench and try to pop out all the dents, and then just make sure that his propane tank launcher is all good and it's not gonna blow up on him, because that happened before.
So is there any salvage in the area that has been from either stopped vehicles or things that someone's made it through or limped their way through the Gauntlet, but then finally gave to? I think Crazy's looking to see if there's anything that can either help out any of his crew or himself.
Yeah, definitely. I think like the mouth of the Gauntlet, like the exit here, almost looks like this thing has like sneezed or coughed out like rusted hunks of like vehicles. It's just like starts at where these walls kind of almost meet, and it just spreads out kind of in a spray. And the closer you get, the more there are.
It's like in Last Crusade when like the ships came together and that one speedboat got blown out and it just flew out, and scrap metal out there. That's just the remains of all those dudes.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think Mongrel's just pulling off basically anything that's like, he's like kicking tires, shaking it. If anything feels too loose, or he's just like taking it off. And I imagine it's so hot and probably little to no water that he pulls out like this handkerchief, and he just like wipes his face and everything. And then he's probably just taking it and he's like wringing it out just to get a few drops on his tongue.
All right.
So do we know how far from here it is to our settlement?
So you know that it's not terribly far from here, which is probably how you knew that the Gauntlet was here. It may even be somewhat, partially, what helps kind of hide or protect this particular place that you call home. So the we see that the group of you have kind of like stopped and made some repairs to your vehicles. So we are going to have all of you basically take I don't remember what it's called in Mecha Hack, but basically a long rest. You're able to repair yourselves, get your engine dies back to normal. So let's establish what everybody's engine die should be whenever it's full, if you would please. Crazy,
D8
what you
crazy.
got? D8. All
D8.
right.
D6.
Cranky Tiger,
D8.
what you got? D8 as well. Cranky Tiger. Smokey D6, so you are at max. Okay. Potshot.
I'm at max as well.
6. Okay. And then Mongrel.
Said D8.
D8 is okay. All right. Okay, we got everybody back up to full. You're back at full hit points. And you continue forward to...
Do we have the ability to restore armor points as well, or?
Yes, that would come back as well.
Awesome.
Smokey, like, imagine when they're traveling, Smokey leans over towards Potshot and says, Potshot, you really like that gun?
Yeah, it's all I have.
Would you say it's your top gun?
I'd say so, yeah.
Drives away.
It's a very fitting joke since he's playing a Maverick.
I was trying to think of another Top Gun pun that I could throw in there. I was like
Danger
something
zone!
about I was like
Man.
take my breath away. Like what? I don't know.
Should have just said, be careful out there. You don't want to cook your goose.
I'll always be your wingman.
Oh, shoot.
There was a bunch
gonna
just
set
laying
this vehicle
around.
on
I just
cruise.
couldn't pick anything up. Yeah.
All right.
Couldn't resist.
So, the group of you head back home. And home is a place called the Hearth and Trough. It's a shanty building that is constructed of sheet metal held together with hope, perhaps. And it's kind of at one point at least, it was kind of like a roadside inn, if you will. There's a lot of people who have kind of like been transitory and have stopped through here, who have kind of like stopped and kind of made it a little bit more of a permanent home. But chiefly, the Hearth and Trough is run by a husband and wife duo named Gideon and Bridger. Let me do a cha-cha. So the Hearth and Trough on the exterior looks like this. On the interior looks like this. There's not a ton of people here, but there's probably close to a dozen at any given time. And for the most part, it's a fairly civilized group of people. People tend to get along here more than not. This is Bridger, the wife of Gideon. Everybody who is here, including the children that call this home, are very much still survivors of the wasteland. So make no mistake, they are still rough and tumble people. But here there are laws, and people tend to kind of watch out for one another. So as you are approaching, we see Bridger kind of come out from the front as she's able to kind of hear the roar of your approaching engines. We see her come out with what looks like a scope from a hunting rifle. It's not attached to a gun. It's literally just the scope itself. But she pulls it up almost like a telescope and holds it against her eye to kind of like get a better idea of who is coming. And most of the rest of the people of the hearth and trough kind of start to filter out by the time that you pull up. So as you arrive at the hearth and trough, Bridger calls out, You look worse for wear. But I see you all made it. You run into some trouble?
Fine. We were successful. Call it a win.
She starts like counting like the 50-gallon drums that she can see and kind of doing some quick math. That's a lot of guzzolene. It didn't pick you up, Jackson.
There's a lot of good smoke.
Yeah, it'll power our vehicles for a long time. We should be able to search pretty far for supplies and people, maybe.
We left some considerable scrap out there, so yeah, could even do some runs on the other side of the gauntlet to reclaim some parts or pieces or what have you.
She nods. Slickers?
And an ass kicker.
You ran into ass kicker.
We sent him packing.
He's an ass kisser now.
But he's still alive?
Unfortunately, but we made it through because we followed the only rule that matters out here. Survive or die trying.
Yeah. Well, why don't y'all pull your vehicles around to the garage? Firestone can kind of give them a look over, make sure everything's in working order.
Sure thing.
I think Cranky's gonna probably pull up to somebody who's nearby, and he's just gonna give him like the keys, like a ballet thing, like, oh, my back hurts. You should take care of it.
Just hands off
I don't think
the
it's a
handlebar
valet.
to someone else.
He just goes inside. I gotta get a drink.
Yeah, it's probably even one of the younger kids running around or whatever that is more than happy to get the chance to sit at the controls.
Smokey like gets out of his Jeep, suitably repaired enough, but people are going to work on it, and he'll just wander up to the rest of you guys and just offer a pack of cigarettes that he found. He says, "Any of you want to smoke?"
Heard those things will kill you.
It's not the smoke that's going to kill us, Mongrel.
So was that supposed to be it's going to kill you so yes, or it's going to kill you so no?
Depends.
Nah, my mom always said not to smoke, so I'm good. Thanks, Smokey.
Bridger says, "Smart boy," and it points at Potshot.
He sees nobody's going with it, and he's just like, and he'll just like Smeagol crawl his way over to a spot he can just quietly do his holy rites, let's say, with the cigarette smoke.
I see. So what I would like is for each of you, please, to kind of give me a small scene, a vignette of kind of what your character is doing in the downtime, the relative peace, especially in stark contrast to what we just saw in the first half of this episode. What are you getting up to here at the hearth and trough? Like, what is the atmosphere like overnight?
So is there, I don't know how your wasteland is set up, but do we have access to like, paper and that kind of stuff? Or is like is paper like doesn't really exist anymore?
I think it's probably somewhat rare, so it's not as its usage wouldn't be as flippant as just, you know, writing every day. It would probably be a special occasion, but you could certainly find some, and it might be something weird like wrapping paper or
Okay.
construction
Well,
paper.
then whoever is in the garage that was saying they're going to look over the stuff,
it's Firestone.
I imagine that Craz-E spends a lot of time there. Like, he's not a sit still and relax kind of guy. So he's probably looking over everybody's vehicles, finding something to do to be helpful. But in the moments of rest, like, he's talking to this other person about like all the things that he saw that we left behind, that if we wanted to try and scrap together another vehicle, there could be I think that engine might be worthwhile, or this manifold didn't look bad, yada yada yada.
Absolutely. And Firestone is again kind of like the dedicated mechanic here at the Hearth and Trough. He doesn't like to go out on runs, but he will. And he carries with him as his like weapon of choice this pipe that he has welded a saw blade into the head of, and uses this as a form of like axe. Wears armor built out of again things he could find, tires as the pauldrons. Wears a welding mask around most of the time, because not only is it useful for the kind of work that he's doing frequently, but it's also it forms a decent armor. So yeah, Firestone is absolutely all over sitting down with you and kind of drawing up a shopping list. Oh no, we've got too many drive shafts from that model, that length or whatever. But those we would definitely want to go back and grab those.
And he's ready and prepared, and at a moment's notice, and be like, all right, let's go get it.
Anyone else?
I imagine Smokey. He's like maybe found like a little. I don't want to say like a shamanistic like hut of like scrap metal just baked around, just like a tiny little space where he can do his rites essentially. Because he's gathered like a bunch of random like crap he's found in like a rubber tire, and one would think like, oh, he's gonna smoke cigarettes. No, he actually unrolls all the cigarettes and just spreads it over this little pile he's made, and like he pulls out a little blowtorch to light everything, and anyone outside would just kind of see just like black ichor just like flowing out from this thing. And Smokey is basically disrobed, he's completely naked as he's just like rubbing all of this smoke onto him, and he starts muttering like, "O Lord, mighty Lord of smoke and flame, I bask in your acrid breath, the sanctity of fire. Let this black veil be my baptism, the crackle of flames my benediction, and from the ashes empower my spirit. With every fiber, every ember must fortify my soul. Anoint me in your fiery cloak, that I may reign as your chaotic disciple in this desolate land. Amen." Maybe there's just like a guy who walks by and just hears all that and then just walks away in the other direction from the outside. And anyone else would just hear just like coughing, violent coughing from outside as Smokey does his little rites. Jeremy.
I imagine, it cuts from that to Potshot, like eating a bowl of soup, like sitting on the side of the road, just like watching people pass by as he's like ladling soup into his mouth, with just kind of this like sort of vacant, dopey expression on his face as he's eating whatever this soup, it's broth and chunks of stuff in it. Lizard stew is what he's eating. And he sort of looks across the street and sees this kid on their own, and he kind of just like waves to the kid because the kid's just sort of staring at him, and the kid like throws a ball that's basically a deflated volleyball like wrapped in duct tape, and Potshot sort of grabs it and chucks it back maybe a little too fast, a little too hard, and it goes sailing over this kid's head. And Potshot's like, "Oh, sorry, mate." And then he sees this kid's caretaker mother come walking out and help him with the ball and bring him back inside. And Potshot kind of like sadly watches this with like sort of this bittersweet smile on his face. And he sort of just like sniffs and like looks at the rifle set beside him and then just keeps eating his soup.
I think Bridger comes out and finds you, kind of sits down next to you. I imagine like maybe your feet, or your legs are like dangling off the edge of like the porch of this place, and she kind of sits down next to you, and her feet don't touch the ground either. Also with a bowl of lizard stew. She says, "You missing your mom again?"
Yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
always, yeah.
Me too, kid.
What was your mom like?
Oh, my mom? My mom was a piece of shit. I meant your mom. I miss your mom.
Yeah, me too.
She really was the best of us.
I am trying hard to do what she would have done, act how she would act. But
Oh, kiddo.
I just keep coming up short.
Well, I don't see it that way. I think you're doing good. I mean, it's only your third or fourth run. It's dangerous. All of us come back banged up and bruised, but the fact that you keep coming back, that says something. The fact that you keep deciding to go out, that says something even more.
Well, I don't go out there alone. I take her with me every time. And he kind of like pats the rifle.
He nods. It's good. It's good that she's watching out for you.
Still as good a shot as she always was, too.
Well, I'm glad that you're better with that thing than you are with throwing that ball. She kind of like pats you on the shoulder and she stands back up. You know what? I'm not real hungry. She kind of pours her bowl into yours.
Are you sure? I already had my portion.
You're good. It's a little tough for me.
And Potshot will gratefully tuck into this bowl of soup.
She kind of messes your hair. We see the audience as she kind of like stares at you for a moment longer. Kind of smiles and shakes her head and walks back inside.
We see Mongrel's inside, sitting at a small table, drinking something that probably strips grease from parts out of a little mess tin. He's etched with a knife into this top of this table, rather, just kind of crudely etching into it that reads, "Respect the dead, fear the living." And the whole time that even though he's inside, he like never takes off these sunglasses. They're scratched. They've seen better days, but he's never removed them. He's never taken them off, but you can definitely feel like if he's meeting your gaze behind them. And yeah, he's sitting there and just thinking, is this my last job?
I think it might be Gideon who comes over. Mind if I sit?
Free wasteland.
Yeah, he kind of nods and sits down. Listen, I know that you and I didn't really get off on the right foot with each other, and for what it's worth, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry, at least for my part in things.
Nothing to be sorry about. Trust is earned, not given.
So have you given any more thought to possibly staying on here at the Hearth and Trough then?
Keep thinking about leaving, but you keep giving me a reason to stay.
Well, despite whatever differences we might have, I think that it's I think it's good that you're around, Mongrel.
I think what you have here is something nice. But that's what scares me, Gideon. Sooner or later, somebody's going to come and take this. If not the Slickers, someone else.
He sighs.
Your defenses are shit.
You're not wrong. Bridger and I have been talking, and she agreed with you. And after we spoke, I saw the error of my ways, and that's why I wanted to apologize. But if you are gonna stay, and maybe we can increase the defenses. Maybe we can look into adding some more perimeter fences and building some of the things you recommended, taking some of the measures that you offered. Would you be willing to help out? Stay until they're done?
I'll check and see if my calendar's free. And he kind of just grins as he just takes this sip of this swill, and he kind of like does that as it kind of hits the back of the throat there.
He kind of laughs a little. He's gonna reach for the flask and kind of stop halfway across the table. Mind?
Go for it.
He picks it up and takes a swig. And kind of slides it back to you. Now I remember why I quit drinking that shit.
Well, what's the next job, Gideon? I don't like to sit here too long.
Well, I guess we'll have to see. Okay.
Well, you know where you can find me.
He stands back up from the table and nods. Kind of gives you a pat on the back. Yeah. I'll know where you'll be. He turns and walks away.
So Cranky, he say, a salvage junkie and explosive junkie, and whenever he's not drinking, he's messing with those things. And he would be taking a drink and going to like a little hut where he pretty much teaches anybody, even like little kids, how to make weapons out of salvage and explosives and stuff. So right now you just see him with a big box where he has all his tools and his little diary where he has all his schematics.
Oh yeah. All the kids are eager to listen up and learn whenever the granddaddy Cranky Tiger is teaching school.
So yeah, I think at the moment he would just be looking to see if there's any new students before he starts getting started.
Absolutely. And I think that this is probably even something that's encouraged here. You know, kids learning their way around weapons at an early age is probably nothing shocking at all. But of course, they still gravitate to the most dangerous of them.
Yeah, he's probably once he sees everybody, he takes out his gun, and his gun kind of looks like a big revolver, but at the same time, it has like a long clip at the end, and then it has a scope on the top, and it has the little roulette thing where you put the bullets, but that's just for show. He's showing them, like how to take a gun and get it to work with different parts, even though it don't belong to it, and the different bullets and stuff like that. Just like basics.
Right. Like, well, you can use this caliber. You just have to kind of put in a little bit of chewing gum around it whenever you put it in the chamber. Perfect. We see these this series of kind of tender moments, if you will. Life at its best? Question mark. Here in the wasteland. And and when we check back in, the hearth and trough is quiet. It's dark. We are underneath the Australian night sky, just spattered with stars from one side of the desert horizon to the other. The stars illuminate things just enough to give everything that kind of blue on blue glow, that coloration that is in stark contrast to the oranges and yellows of the midday, or the majority of the day here. We see a few individuals at rest, sleeping. One person in a hammock that has been made out of a wide tire that has been basically cut and unfurled and hung on chains from the ceiling. We see, rudimentary pads and mattresses that have been kind of put together here and there. There's a few fires that still burn throughout the hearth and trough location. Little, again, 50-gallon drums that are mostly rusted out, full of holes, where the fire's kind of burned down just enough to kind of throw some flickering long shadows on the walls and the ceilings. And it's amongst this tranquility, this peace, that suddenly we notice that one of these fires is not so small. The flame grows brighter, larger, until we realize as an audience that there is an actual fire that has begun in the garage where all of the vehicles are stored. Suddenly, we hear the sound of a metal spoon being slammed against an iron pan as an alarm is raised, and we hear Gideon screaming, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" What would you like to do?
Potshot will he's likely asleep somewhere. He will grab his rifle and take off running towards the sound of the alarm.
So I imagine that crazy, he doesn't bunk in a normal place. I imagine he bunks near, the vehicles. That's where he finds
Mm-hmm.
more solace. So I don't know if that's legit or not, but
Sure.
if you're cool with that, he hears this noise and does he see any fire?
Yeah. When you kind of roll up out of bed and kind of look towards the garage, you see that corner of the building is engulfed in flames and is starting to rapidly fill with Smokey's favorite thing.
So like, are there any large tarps or cloths or thing that I could try and smother or diminish the fire?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a few um, kind of tarps and canvas, drop cloths and things like that are mostly intact. A few holes here and there, lots and lots of stains. Let's get a I think this is probably going to be a systems check. You're kind of prioritizing, the spread, like isolating things that it would easily spread to. So that
Sure.
requires a system of or a knowledge of systems and things, I think.
Sure. That's a pass.
Excellent. Okay. So you head over there and you start to pat this down. You're having a hard time keeping the fire that's already going from completely going out, but you're keeping it from spreading as far as it might otherwise, especially from like where the collection of 50-gallon drums is.
Sure, I'll take whatever win I can get.
Absolutely. So we know Potshot's grabbed his gun, is on the way. Crazy's fighting this fire. What are the other three of you doing?
I think Mongrel, wherever he was bedding down, maybe it was one of these hammocks or something, but he pretty much jumps out, doesn't bother putting a shirt on, and he, I imagine because water is pretty scarce, probably not go-to, but they probably have like something like basically like a fire axe to help prevent the spread of fire. So he would probably grab one of those and start heading that way.
Okay.
We would kind of see the little hut that Smokey was in. I imagine it's like a little like flap of like a tarp in front, and it just opens up and just like a like comes out, and Smokey wanders out just completely covered in soot and a blackness, pretty naked as the day he was born, except for like the same like goggles and like wrap around his mouth, and he just lowers his nose slightly and sniffs the air and just goes, "Annihilation calls. The fire's angry," and he just starts booking it like a fucking Celtic berserker, just running over to the flame.
I think Cranky like hears all the commotion. And he's probably still like drunk, so he just gets up, finishes drink, and starts stumbling over there.
All right. So it sounds like, at the very least, Mongrel is going to be hopping in to aid in trying to put out this blaze alongside Craz-E. Several other people are as well. I would imagine that there's probably like the gray water and things like that is kept, after people bathe whenever they do. The stuff that is not really potable much anymore. That some of that might be used. But let's get another systems roll from Craz-E, and let's get a power roll from Mongrel with the axe.
That is a critical success.
There's another pass.
Pass here too.
All right. And then Smokey, what are you doing to try to fight this blaze?
Is his ride in there?
Yes.
Okay. I think he runs in and he's gonna try to get in his car and drive it out. And if this is too much, stop me in my tracks.
Go for it.
But what he wants to do is he wants to get out of the car and then turn on his buzzsaw function and then slam it into the sand on the ground, causing just like sand to overlap and start smothering out the flame. Like he's just kicking
Okay.
up dirt
Yeah.
to just choke out the fire.
Okay. I think this would probably be systems as well.
Okay. I rolled a critical success on that systems check.
Oh, nice.
Would
Okay.
that count for that?
Yeah.
Or
Absolutely.
hell yeah.
Okay, cool. So Smokey is throwing sand at this blaze from the outside. Again, kind of smothering the parts that are starting to try to spread to the other parts of the building. What are Potshot and Cranky doing as you kind of arrive on the scene and see this fire starting to get under control, but is not yet dealt with?
I think Potshot is going to focus on moving the vehicles that are like closest to where the fire is. So even just like, taking the parking brake off and pushing them away from the fire just to get the fuel tanks away from the open flame. He's going to try and move as many as he can. And if other people from the settlement are coming and trying to help, he would like direct them over to help him push cars.
Absolutely.
Crank is gonna try to find a bucket and see if he can find that dirty water that you were talking about earlier. And if he can't, then dirt will be just as good, but something that he can throw at the fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So Potshot, let's roll presence for you. Cranky, let's roll. No, we'll just round it out. We'll have you roll mobility.
I pass.
All right. So with the combined efforts of the few people from the settlement that are able to do something, as well as your group, you're able to kind of fight back these flames and keep them from spreading and fight them back to the point where you're actually able to put them out to where they're nothing more than a smolder.
As it gets down to the last embers, Smokey just crawls over it like Smeagol for the precious. And he just like slowly just goes, "Rest now, my furious friend. My heart yearns for your wild dance, but Titans must sleep." And then he licks his hand and just goes, "Return, whispering heat, till we wake you once more."
Smokey, you're on the outside of this, and it's as you cut the power to the saw blade that it kind of ching 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 comes to a stop finally, that you hear the sound of engines pulling away into the night.
Can Smokey smell the diesel from these engines driving away and see if he can recognize them? Shot in
Possibly.
the dark.
Possibly. Let's roll. I'm gonna say it's a systems roll.
Alrighty. That's a pass. That's a 2.
So beyond a doubt, These are slickers.
You just kind of hear just say Smokey wanders up to you guys and just goes, "Slickers, very dangerous."
They came to take back their guzzolene.
And send us to the flame.
Potshot would sort of look at like the older members of the convoy. Do we go after him? We gotta, right?
I think that's only obvious. We gotta put them down.
Yeah, if we don't, they'll come back.
They might already be on their way back. This group might have only been coming to get the diesel.
You guys see Smokey has picked up the hunk of sand and scrap and burnt crap where the flame had started, where he just put it out and said, "We should return this to them."
It's at that point that Gideon comes running up to where the group of you is gathered, breathing hard, panic and worry on his face. They took Bridger and Firestone. They're both gone.
I get up and get in my vehicle. We going?
Frank is gonna do the same.
Already gone.
Let's feed the flame.
I start pursuit.
Potshot will kind of like briefly like just give Gideon like a clap on his shoulder. We'll get him back. And he goes running off to his bike.
Gideon kind of makes way to his own vehicle as well, only to realize that it was one of the vehicles that was caught in the fire and is no longer drivable. So he kind of like slams his fist on like the roof of his car as we see like the five of y'all pull out ahead, you know, heading towards. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, Potshot, as you're about to get onto your car, you just see Smokey just like lumber up to you and just go, "Potshot, can I see Top Gun?"
What? You want to see my rifle? And I'm like looking at Smokey, who's just covered in soot and oil and gross shit. What are you gonna do with it?
Gift from the Lord of Flame.
And I will like very hesitantly hand Sweet Susan over to him.
He just simply takes the top muzzle and marks it with the soot, and he says, "The Annihilus in the dark speaks. Your mom is proud of you. She dances with the flames, and she guides you." And he places, he ties off a little grenade on the end of your barrel.
No shit. He like takes it and he's kind of like reverently holding it, just like, wow. And he'll kind of like nod to Smokey. Thanks.
Use when blessed. So I have given you a frag grenade, essentially.
Oh, you always give me the nicest things, Jackson. Thank you so much.
I do what I can, man. And then Smokey runs and gets in his car, still naked, by the way.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, yeah.
That was locked away in my visuals. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. You know, I just wanted to make sure, you know, there was no like doubt.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope you have like one of those beaded seat covers in your car.
All leather.
Nice. Just stick to that bad boy. All right. So as the five of you peel out, we see this harrowed pursuit in reverse from the day. This small group of very fast-moving vehicles being trailed by this slightly larger convoy. Through the night this time, all of the dunes, the sky, now a consistent, again, blue, purple shade of darkness. And as the group races, we see the smaller convoy disappear around the curve of a dune as the pursuers, the heroes, come up and over the dune to see another legend of this particular part of the wasteland, the base of the Slickers, an oil tanker ship that has been sat in the ground here for so long that pieces of it have just fallen away. However, you know that still the reserves of oil that exist here inside of this place have not been depleted. This place, this base, is known as the Titanic Tanka, and this is swarming with Slickers. So as you see these vehicles drive in through the entrance and into the belly of this ship, I think we probably pull up as a convoy, stop, and maybe there's a little bit of a conversation about what the next step is going to be.
I think that Potshot would definitely defer to like Cranky and Crazy and Mongrel in terms of like tactics, but he would, as they pull up and kind of catch sight of this thing, he would go, "I'm best at a distance. I can set up anywhere."
I guess if we
Not
don't want to
much.
do explosives, so we don't hit our people.
Get
I'm
people
not
out.
much outside of the ride unless I'm fixing stuff. So I don't know how we're gonna get in there and get them if they're already inside.
We need a distraction. Something that's going to pull most of them away. Where some of us go in. We need somebody who can make a lot of noise. Real flashy like. Looks over at Smokey.
I think everyone looks at Smokey. Like there's a beat, and then everybody simultaneously just like looks at Smokey.
You just see Smokey for the first time as his face is covered. He just pulls off his little glasses, and you just see pale white eyes. And then he just holds up the little sand of the flame he put out, and he just says, "Do you hear that, little guy? We need to be bright."
I mean, I could go in and start disabling vehicles.
So that's a great idea.
I can go in, cause scene, and light vehicles. Get chase. Folks find me. Abandon ship. You all go in.
And go in to pull Bridger and whoever else is out.
Firestone. The wife and the mechanic.
But we got to return in favor. We set the place ablaze. They'll be more concerned about trying to put that out than chasing after us.
Anyone who does give chase, I can make sure they don't get far.
I can do fine.
Crazy and Mongrel, you're gonna go in Smokey's going to create a distraction. Potshot's going to kip off whoever we can get a hold of, and I'm going to take apart vehicles. Is that the plan?
Looks like a plan.
Let's do it.
All right. So the first step of this plan is the distraction. Yes? So Smokey, what do we see next? How does this ball get rolling?
Hmm. I imagine there's like a few guards, like kind of just patrolling outside. And we hear like a roll of thunder as a cloud goes over what light of the moon that there is out here. Is it still like dark or is it sunlight?
Yeah, it's nighttime.
So it's just pure black as the moon is covered out. And as these guys look up ahead, thinking, oh my, maybe a rain, we just hear vroom, 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 as it's just sort of like the Batman, that scene where the car just slowly starts revving up and they turn and they just see just like this blue flame just pouring out from these mufflers, and the smoke guzzling menacing Jeep just pours out all of this black ash as these guards, like their eyes go wide as this thing goes like goes forward. And we see that Smokey has put a brick into the gas pedal, so it's just pushing as he's just standing on top of the crane. And you just see like there is just a bunch of just like he has taken all of the explosives off of the spears he had, and he is just dropping them along as he's passing by all of their monstrous vehicles. And he just goes, "Oh, lords of havoc and despair, guide these heralds of chaos, ignite the path, lure the shadows to me. This is my lure, my sacrifice. Chase the fury that I cast." Boom, 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 as it's just explosions. It's like a Michael Bay movie following him as it's just boom, boom. Car flies up, hits another one. Boom, car flies up.
Absolutely. And there is just like this utter scramble of grease sweepers and other members of the slickas kind of running to and fro, trying to stop you, trying to get this under control, not expecting retribution to be so swiftly on the hands of what is just delivered to their base. One
last thing, Smokey then hops into his car and then pulls out two basically like flares and sticks them on the end of his car, and he just comes, "Follow my light," and then he drives off, like letting them be able to follow him.
Excellent. And follow your light, they do. We see no shortage of grease sweepers who mount up vehicles that are still drivable, some of them probably still aflame even, overloaded on the outside, the exterior and interiors of these vehicles as they give chase. We also see amongst their numbers a few of a different type of slicker, at least ones that we have not yet seen as an audience. We see several individuals who are wearing 50-gallon drums on their backs that have been modified into cages. They wield gas-powered machine guns and long, slick-covered chains. These are known as cage drummers. All right. Smokey takes off several of the people begin to pour out of the Titanic tanker and give chase. What is the next part?
While Smokey was getting that set up, I was kind of like slipping in, trying to see. You know, I'm fairly knowledgeable when it comes to all of this stuff. So in some cases, oh, this is just a wire snip, or sometimes this is just a loosen the wrong thing, and the car's either going to be a death trap or just not move at all. So I'm looking to cause catastrophic damage as quickly as possible.
All right. So let's get a systems roll from you.
Well, I threw my D20 on the ground.
Lost for
Right, that is a pass.
A pass. Okay, excellent. So yeah, absolutely, as you've described it, you walk up to almost any given machine, and even though every single one of these vehicles is an amalgamation of parts of several different kinds of manufactured vehicles, you, without failure, are able to walk up, pinpoint a piece of this thing that is crucial, and cause enough damage or remove a part that is going to cause it to fail. It may not be immediate upon like taking off, but it will be very soon after, if not immediate.
And that actually causes more havoc than just oh, it doesn't work right now. Then they'll know. If it works right now and they go off, then they're occupied and out of my way at the moment, and not going to be a bother to Smokey.
Absolutely. And we see several vehicles, more grease sweepers and cage drummers kind of come out, load up onto a vehicle, and then start to take off, and the rear axle falls off, or they start to take off, and then all of a sudden the engine just kind of sputters, pop, 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 and then there's just like the hood pops up off of this thing and smoke just roils out of it. We see kind of several of those instances as they're kind of running around trying to figure out what in the hell is going on, adding, as you said, to the confusion and the chaos that's unfolding here at the Titanic tanker. Who else?
Crank is gonna, after they follow Smokey, he's gonna run through and go through the gates, and then he's gonna try to drive by and see like a place where like a lot of them are coming out of. He's trying to find like a leaving spot or a place where there's a lot of people. And as he's driving, he will hit a button on this makeshift frag that he made, put it in the semi part, and then hit a button. And as soon as he fishtails it, the whole back part just falls back, and he takes off. And it's pretty much making it so it detonates his missile barrage in like one area.
Hell yeah. I think that area is probably what we see, at least, is, especially during the evening time, I think it's probably the dining hall inside the ship. It's literally, where a bunch of people have been gathered to eat the evening meal, and they're all kind of scrambling out of the various different exits from this dining hall whenever your propane bottles kind of, rain in from the open ceiling or like the open walls. Kind of, we hear that metallic propane bottle like ting 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 kind of along the the tiled floor, the metal tables and things like that, and there's like kind of a moment where they kind of stop and all like look at it, and then there's an explosion that happens. Kind of fire rolls out of the same openings that we saw people running from just moments before.
And when the semi part falls off, it's just a normal bike. And he goes through a different exit so that way whoever's following him goes on another side, so there's two distractions.
Mongrel is like barreling towards this tankard, but he's got his headlamps off, and just as he gets close and all these people are like running out of the tankard and everything, just in that split moment, he turns the headlights on and catches a couple of them as they go like wide-eyed, and then like just spears them with this like spike bumper. And then he comes to a dead stop and he pops out of the top and he grabs that gun and he's like, and he just like rips through just a couple of more of them before he jumps out and he starts like, running into the tanker to find where Bridger and the mechanic are.
All right. You make your way into the interior of the ship, and you can see that the majority of the inside of it is still kind of fairly open along its length. You can see kind of the little bit of starlight that is present, kind of pouring in through the openings in the deck of the ship above, and you can see all kind of manner of like barbed wire and corrugated steel and domiciles, like little nooks and crannies where people are kind of like shoved in here and there. Grease sweepers and cage drummers. There's a lot of people in here. Most of them seem like they're scrambling for the exits, reaching for weapons, things of that nature. So this is definitely where you've kind of like found yourself now that you've kind of driven into the interior of the ship. Okay. Searching for the captives. Let me see. Let's roll that as a presence.
Presence, okay. And I'm on foot at this point, right? Inside?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I also want to say, I mean, I'll roll presence here, but I also want to say, like, Mongrel, once he's inside, he will, all these people running around and everything, probably he takes off his shades and he sets them down, and he one of these dead slickers, he like kind of like rubs some of the oil slick that's off them, and he like puts it on his face and down his arms and stuff, as he was shirtless when he left, so he can just kind of move it over him and give himself that that look of a slicker. As yeah, so I'll make that presence roll. Love it. I rolled a 3, so I pass.
All right. Blending in with the people who call the Titanic tanker home, Mongrel disappears in an instant, kind of in the crowd. Excellent. We watch you kind of work your way through a lot of these people kind of running this way and that, as you're kind of like searching for any place that looks like it could be used to hold prisoners. You spot the vehicles that you had been pursuing earlier, this kind of like small group of 3 or 4 motorcycles. So you're able to kind of like pinpoint that from across one of the open areas of the ship and make your way that direction. Potshot, you watch this grand spectacle of Smokey's unfold from wherever it is that you have decided to perch yourself, and you have seen this bait work beautifully. Now you have a plethora of targets to choose from that are chasing Smokey with vigor.
Yeah, and Potshot he's set up sort of on this rise of dune sort of off in the distance. And what he does is he brings his bike up there, and he sort of undoes a couple of like these heavy catches, and there's this like clanking sound, and he sort of like is able to swivel the cow catcher that's mounted to the front of his bike, like sort of alongside it. And so what he's able to do is sort of like kneel down next to the bike and be behind the cow catcher. And he sort of just like lowers the rifle and like rests it right on this spot in the cow catcher that just like is a perfect little covered vantage point. So he's sort of just the top of his head is visible and he has like clear line of sight all around. This is my siege mode. I'm activating siege mode. So he's all set up at the top of this hill and he sees this train of pursuers behind Smokey, and he's gonna try and aim for the first one, the one closest to Smokey. And I'm gonna roll to see if I hit before I sort of describe what happens here. That is a pass on the first one, even with my +2. And I'm assuming I'm hidden to these guys too, so I actually would have advantage on the attack.
Yeah, at least for this first round, I would say.
Cool.
So.
Yeah, for the first shot. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's, yeah, pass, not a crit or anything. Okay. So I'm going to do some bullshit here. I'm going to
As opposed
use,
to everything else we've
as
done
opposed
up
to
to this
everything else I've done, yeah.
up to
So
this
I
point.
get, here we go. Here's my standard. Okay, I get a D6 damage die.
All
I
right.
roll another D6 because I'm a scout and I'm using ambush. So that's an additional D6 damage. I'm going to use my Maverick reckless attack ability to reduce my armor points by 2 to roll another damage die. So that's 3d6 damage.
All right.
I get +2 because it's heavy, and an additional +2 because I'm in siege mode. So +4 on 3d6.
36
Let's
plus 4.
see what I can do
Okay.
here.
Remember, if you roll a 6 on any of them, they
Which I
explode.
did. I got one. I got an exploding one. I got an exploding one.
my
Okay,
God.
so I rolled 15 on the dice, rolling again, 16 +4, 20 damage on that shot.
Wow. Yeah, what does this obliteration look like?
So I think that Smokey is like just gunning it across the flat, and there's a guy on a bike who sort of comes up alongside his vehicle, and Smokey, you sort of like look out the side of your vehicle, and this guy is just leveling this like sawed off shotgun right at your head, and then there's just this and this like gout of blood just comes out the side of this guy's head, and he falls off the side of the motorcycle, and it just gets left in a heap behind you. And then you hear the shot, and you know that Potshot has just locked in and is now assisting you.
I think Smokey sees that and just goes, "Ah, witness!" And then he screams out to everybody, "You're in the storm of my making, where fire dances and fate is forged!" And he drives around leading them in circles. That was awesome, Matt. Holy shit. 20
Fantastic.
damage. Jeez.
Thank you. And that will be my turn because the siege mode is an action, and I actually need to roll for that as well. So I'll roll
Ooh,
my
yeah.
engine
Mhm.
die.
Thank you.
That's a 6 on the engine die, so I actually downgrade to a D4, Jeremy.
So that's Aether Nexus rules, Matthew.
Oh, I just did it. I just did the thing I was joking about. It's 1 or 2, not
It is.
1 or max. Okay. Thank you.
No, you're absolutely good. Like I said, I was pretty sure it was going to come up at some point.
I was so earnest too. I didn't even think about it. I was like, yeah, 1 or max. I know how that's how it
appreciate the
works.
honesty.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Cranky, what are you doing? What is your part in all this?
Well, when I had left the semi back when it exploded the area, he went
That's
through.
right. Yeah, you bombed the dining room.
But if you want me to keep going, and there was people chasing.
No, you're good. So I think that is everybody. We've got actions from everyone. All right. So, I think it's probably Cranky and Mongrel. Both of you notice, since you're on the interior of the ship, that we actually see in this big open space of the hull, at some point, it took a second to kind of realize what you were looking at because of all the chaos that's going on, but you see the corpse of Ass Kicka suspended upside down, hanging from hooks and chains from the ceiling. Very pale looking, and there is a massive, like, it looks like the bowled cap of the end of like a tanker. So it's kind of a large bowl turned up, and it is filled with blood. The grease sweepers and the cage drummers make their way to continue chasing after Smokey outside. They are going to let's see. Okay. Ooh. They really, really like you, Smokey. 4 of the slickers jump onto your vehicle, 3 of which are grease sweepers, and 1 of them is a cage drummer. So let's get the cage drummer out of the way first. What is he gonna do? Heavily armored slave collectors who spray lead like dragon fire. Alright. So this one is going to jump onto the back of your vehicle. And is going to use his grasping chain attack. Let's see. I need you to test mobility, please.
Pass.
Pass. Okay. You watch this blackened, oil-slicked chain kind of that's wrapped around like his elbow down onto his wrist, across his hand, and then has some considerable length to it. He whips this around in the air a few times before he kind of like brings it down. And instead of wrapping around your throat like was his intention, it wraps around like your steering wheel instead, and he kind of like pulls as hard as he can, and it kind of jerks the steering wheel sideways but misses you entirely. Moving and then attacking is his turn. So now the grease sweepers, they have all moved. They're going to try their diggers and scrapers to attack you. So I need you to roll mobility 3 more times, please. Oh no, you know what? They're a swarm. I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. You just need to roll mobility once against them.
Oh, okay. Well, the first one I rolled was a pass.
Okay. So, grease sweepers in this scene are a D10 swarm. So, they have tried to slam into you with their oversized wrenches and pickaxes and implements of destruction, but they are not able to connect with you, much to their chagrin. Cranky, you're inside causing havoc. You look up, and as you're kind of like driving around the interior of this place, you see standing in front of you, likewise, one of these cage drummers. And he's not going to mess around with his chain with you. Instead, he levels his gas-powered gun at you. I need you to test mobility, please.
I pass. I got a 6.
Okay. He levels this gun kind of almost hip height and just starts firing. He's not careful at all. So a lot of the slickers who are kind of running around around you are gunned down. But because of your driving, in addition to how many other people that there are kind of in the way, none of them do any more than just like superficial damage to you or your ride. Matt, with how much damage that you dealt, I would say that the target that you took out could definitely be a cage drummer.
Okay, cool. I mean, if that's not too gamey, I'd love to have targeted a obvious threat in that.
Yep,
shot.
absolutely.
Cool.
Okay. I am going to we already did that part. Okay. Mongrel, following your instinct to kind of look where these vehicles were parked, you end up kind of making your way through a bulkhead of the ship, kind of into a more interior section. And as you do so, you can see an individual who is talking to a bound bridger, and you can see Firestone unconscious on the floor next to Bridger. Both of them are in a makeshift cage that is kind of set up in the far side of the room. The individual that is speaking to both of them is a bald individual, and you happen to know that he is the head of the Slickas. He's an individual known as Maze.
Ooh.
Maze is a calculating sadist with oil black eyes and labyrinthine tattoos. He's covered with like these black crisscrossing lines kind of all over his head, his neck, his face, his arms, his body, and his eyes have even been inked and tattooed to the point where you no longer see whites in them at all. So he's kind of goading Bridger as you kind of like round the corner and see this going on through the doorway.
And is Maze alone?
No. He has a small number of individuals with him. He has two grease sweepers and a cage drummer. Looks like the cage drummer was probably involved in the capture of Bridger.
Okay. Don't think I have the means to take them head on. So, I think I'll try to bide my time and try to get the drop on them. So, some sort of stealth.
All right. Let's do this. Now that we have the lay of the land, we've gotten actions from everybody for the first kind of iteration, the first go around here. Now let's roll for initiative. Once again, mobility or systems. All right, Mongrel pass, Smokey pass, Crazy pass, Potshot fail. Pass for Cranky as well. Okay. So you guys like that 4-in-1 setup. It seems to work for you so far. This time around, everyone but Potshot, go ahead and go, and then we will have our villain's turn. And then Potshot, you will close the round out for us. Again, in whatever order that the four of you wish.
All right. So I've been disabling vehicles, but are there Like, I imagine there's a lot of people here. Are there vehicles that haven't been taken out to chase, but I haven't disabled yet?
Yes, on both accounts. Yes, there's a lot of
All right.
people here. Yes, there are plenty of vehicles to still disable if you wish.
I was thinking of another direction. Um, can I pick one that looks to be decent and get it going and cause some mayhem with that?
Oh, I'm so glad that you asked that question, because I've already established that Maze is not with his vehicle. He is in the brig, the jail, if you will. So, you see what must be the leader of this compound's vehicle. It is a 1932 Ford Highboy with flaming exhaust and a rear-mounted saw blade. This vehicle is known as Hacksaw Juggernaut.
All right. Well, looks like I've got a new friend. And I'm gonna climb in and I'm gonna start causing some chaos.
All right. Hacksaw Juggernaut has armor plating. Well, no, we're not going to do it that way. So, it has, in addition to whatever your attacks and stuff would normally be, we'll keep the mechanics for the way that your mech works, quote unquote.
Sure.
You'll also have access to explosive spears, and then again that saw blade that's on the back of it. So just keep that in mind as far as like your narrative descriptions of how you're attacking and what you're doing.
Sure. All right. So can I fire an explosive spear at a cage drummer?
Yeah, absolutely. So, fun fact, for those of you who have played the Mad Max video game, those exploding spears, they're called thunderpoons. I kid you not.
Yes. All right. So a thunder
That
poon
shit
launched.
rules. That's so good.
All right. So what is the damage on a thunder poon?
So it's the same range damage that you would normally do.
Okay. All right. Oh, explosion. All right. So I didn't even look at this before, but what does weapon quality deadly mean?
Oh, I think you get to roll again and choose, or maybe it's an extra die.
I think that deadly. Hang on, I'm not gonna say it because it's gonna be wrong. But I think you get to reroll ones. Let me just triple check.
You can choose to reroll
Oh,
your
you can
damage
choose.
die, with this weapon, and must take the second result. So it's not necessarily advantage, but
All right. So I rolled a 6, which allows it to explode, and then the second die I rolled a 1. Could I re-roll that second die?
I'm for it. Yeah.
All right. All right. That die now exploded. So do I keep going?
Oh shit! Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So that is 12. Sorry, not 12, 15.
15 total. All right. So I think, I mean, the only explanation is that you put this someplace where there is like some crude that is stored, some oil that is stored somewhere. So what does that look like as this explosion tears through this ship?
So I mean, it is just, not only is it large and attention getting, it's causing some external damage as well. So there's now some extra problems going on.
Absolutely. Adding to the pandemonium. All right, who else?
I'd like to have a go. So, Jeremy, just
Yes.
visualizing this. So there's a bunch of dudes on my car.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is this grease sweeper guy. And he has a barrel on his back.
So the cage drummers have the barrels.
cage
in their back.
drummers.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
There's only
Is
one
this-
of him.
Is this barrel full?
It is not. It is a cage. So it's for capturing people.
Oh, cool. All right, cool. Good to know. Perfect. So I want to do this. As these guys are on me, my saw blade comes down just above me, and I take a little bit of soot and the remains of the fire that I put out earlier and put it on the blade, and then I pull out a match and light it, and I just say, "Thank you for your patience. I send you to glory again, little Prometheus." And I just light the blade on fire. It doesn't do anything, but it just looks cool. And then I pull a switch, and this thing starts spinning wildly with flame. And then I pull it, and I just want it to spin around and chop as many of these dudes in half as it can.
All right. Let's roll power.
Alrighty, dude. Let's get it. That is a pass.
Okay. Roll some damage.
Alrighty. And this is a chain blade, so when I damage, I can roll reactor die and then deal damage a second time.
Oh,
So
wow.
I do that. Alrighty, I pass, so I'm gonna roll twice. Okay. That's 14 total damage.
Okay. All right. This blade cuts through a number of them. Okay. Clearing the majority of them from the top of your car.
So how many are still there?
We'll say that there's still one remaining. We'll call it the cage drummer.
All right, so Smokey, that was so nice. Why don't you do it twice? I got
Round
fury
two.
points. I still gotta spend.
Oh,
so-
shoot. Thanks, dude.
All right.
Cool.
So it'll be another roll of the engine die. Just
All
because
right.
it's the same action.
Mm-hmm. I passed. Yes. Okay.
Okay. And then you'll test power again if you want to do
the
the same.
Aether rules confused me for a quick second.
Yep.
Alrighty. And then I'm testing power. All right. That succeeds. Yes, that barely succeeds with the +2. So,
Okay. So downgraded to a D8 before. Let's roll. Okay. Swarm is still at a D8.
Okay, so and then I'm going to roll. And now I will roll reactor die again, just to see if I can deal damage twice. Succeed. So let's go. Double damage.
Don't forget exploding dice.
Yes. Unfortunately, I didn't explode anywhere. And that's 13 damage.
Okay. So rolling swarm die again. Still a D8. So you are carving up the additional ones that are trying to replace the ones that you just cleared off. It's almost like water trying to flow back into places that has just left, and you're just cleaving through these guys. You're flinging blood and viscera and oil everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like a badass.
Oh yeah, it's very fun. So thanks for giving me that second action. I've still got one more. So is this guy still on me?
The cage drama is.
The cage drama?
Yep.
Smokey just sees this guy and just rolls his eyes and then hits his hand down on the ground, and we just see a like rising up from like this little compartment, is another Thunderpoon, my own spears, and on the front end of it is literally like a World War II like anti-tank style grenade, the big one that's all like chained together, and I just aim it at him, and then I just stare at him and just pull the trigger.
Fantastic.
And I'll roll reactor because I'm doing basically the same. I'm doing the same thing 3 times.
Yeah, still an attack action.
Barely get by. Let's go. Power. That's crit. Because I crit on a 2.
Insanity.
So.
Oh my god. It's fucking wild man out here.
Yeah.
Taking on.
Pretty insane. 20 damage.
Okay. Yeah. So what does it look like as you take out this cage drummer?
I imagine it's just sort of that moment where they're both like looking at each other, and he hits the thing and it hits him, but it doesn't immediately explode on impact because on the front of it is a spike because it's meant to hit like and attach itself to machines. So it just spikes him through and he goes flying off. And we just hear like that, the Wilhelm scream, like as he flies through the air and lands on like another car behind. And then as he lands and connects, we just see the just like a column of flame flying up in the air.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Other than Potshot, who has not gone this round?
Cranky, he would, as he's inside driving, trying to get people's attention, I guess he would try to find either like a large group of people or wherever they have the oil store, whichever comes first.
Okay. Let's do that as a systems roll.
Rolling 8, I pass.
Okay. So you kind of take quick stock of kind of what's going on around you, the structural integrity of the different like parts of the ship, and you're fairly certain that there's like a part towards the front that seems mostly intact, and you see a large collection of oil drums that way. So your guess is that that's probably where they store most of the oil.
Well, I think what he's gonna do is he's gonna drive that way, and as soon as he gets close, first I'm gonna use a module that I got called Static Cloud. And what he's gonna do is there's nobody around, so I'll just do the test mobility part to turn invisible.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, go ahead and test your mobility.
Okay. So pretty much going invisible is just he's gonna take like a bunch of oil and put it on himself too, so he blends in.
Okay.
And as a action, I'll take my last frag grenade and put it on top of the barrels and like arm it and take off. And,
all right.
Do a reactor. Okay, I got a 3.
Another pass. Excellent.
And it's a 1d4 for the damage.
The frag grenades, probably more.
Oh, 2d6. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, one of them is a 6, so do I re-roll again?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so that's a 3. So that's 12 total.
Okay. So yeah, this grenade explodes, and then there's a second explosion, and then a third explosion, and the entire part of that ship is blown sky high as this oil is, especially in containers, is ignited by this frag grenade going off. Pieces of shrapnel are thrown everywhere. That whole side of the ship kind of like makes a groaning kind of noise as that part of it is just obliterated and the entire weight of this massive thing shifts. All of you that are inside are kind of like jostled around, as this whole thing moves. Your ears are ringing. Even for Smokey and Potshot, who are outside, you feel this concussion like wave that washes over you from this massive explosion. Deeper inside where Mongrel is, Maze kind of curses, "The fuck is going on?" and kind of looks around, trying to assess what's happening.
I think in that moment of confusion, Mongrel's gonna just kind of like rush in, hoping that this is gonna catch him on the surprise. And he's basically, my thought is go in and basically like punch one of these guys, grab his gun, and like, just shoot. And it's either gonna hit or at least, run them off a little bit as far as they have to take cover kind of thing.
Okay. Who are you directing this
I'm gonna go for
ferocity
like one of
towards?
I guess the drummer or something, since he's
Okay.
got the bigger gun.
Yeah, absolutely. So you run up to him. Let's test. Ooh. I think test power. You're gonna try to like come up on him and pull his gun from him.
Got a 1.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay, so what is your ranged weapon attack?
It's a D8.
Okay. Is that a heavy weapon? Normal
For me,
weapon?
no, it's light.
Okay.
But this is the drum.
Yeah, this will be a heavy weapon, I think. So, you tested power and you succeeded with a 1. So even with the +2, it's still a critical. Okay, so roll your D8 +2, and then ×2 because it's a critical.
Okay, D8 +2 ×2. Okay, so 14.
Okay. Yeah. You mow this cage drummer down. He's shocked, surprised that you managed to, for one, that you just came out of nowhere. But you rip this gun out of his possession and just turn it on him. And yeah, what does that look like?
Yeah, so I imagine it's kind of like this moment of wrestling and then just pushing him back and then pow, 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 as it just kind of fills him with lead. And then Mongrel just turns it over to Maze and the rest of the guys, and he just says, "Open it."
Okay, give me a presence roll at disadvantage.
Okay, 4 on the first roll, 6 on the second roll, so that's a pass.
Ooh. Okay. Maze had already reached for his gun. He was already like 2 steps towards where it was kind of resting against the wall before he realizes that is a complete and total exercise in futility. He kind of stops and he puts his hands up. Fucked me over once. Was willing to let bygones be bygones, but now
Give me a
I'm gonna
reason.
have to eat you.
Open it.
He
You
kinda
hear that tension
growls.
like in the trigger. Like,
He kind of growls. And he kind of nods to the other 2 grease sweepers that are kind of in the room. And they fumble with the keys, very quickly kind of coming over to the cage and unlocking it, swinging it open. Bridger walks out of her own accord. They cut the bindings, the ropes that kind of hold her wrists. The 2 of them kind of hook their arms under each of Firestone's arms and kind of drag him out and unceremoniously kind of like dump him at your feet before they kind of fall back to stand with Maze.
Now get in.
You are fucking serious.
Pop, pop, pop. I just rail into one of these slickers, and then I turn the gun back on to Mace.
Absolutely. The first of the two grease sweepers kind of goes down in this pink mist. The other one kind of, without question, kind of moves into the cage. His hands kind of held up. Maze still, his hands kind of lackluster, kind of held up, kind of shakes his head. I'll see you again. What was your name?
Mongrel.
Mongrel. All right. Mongrel. He kind of moves into the cage, shuts the door behind him, kind of turns the key in the lock, pulls it out with his arm kind of through the cage, and then tosses the keys where they kind of land on Firestone's back. You better run real far, Mongrel.
I look at Bridger. Help me help him up. And then we start backing out of here.
Yeah, she kind of winces a little, bends down, kind of picks up one side of a Firestone and helps you start to drag him out. What I would like at this point is, from each one of you, give me a small parting postscript, if you will. A small epilogue of the immediate retreat, escape from the Titanic tanka, as well as potentially its destruction.
All right, I'll take it. So as Mongrel brings out Bridger and Firestone, while Bridger's hurt, she can still drive. So either she's driving, the Juggernaut or my Titan, but we're taking Maze's ride. And adding extra insult to injury of, we get the best vehicle to add to our own collection to do whatever we want with. So.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I imagine as we're pulling away, this tanker is just like, you just hear the drums inside are going off, flames gouting at different intervals and different openings of the tanker. Still see people fleeing, vehicles, any of them that are still operational, they're just going off into the distance, that kind of stuff. And yeah, and Mongrel's probably got Firestone and looking him over, probably like took anything to like cinch any wounds or something like that, on him and stuff like that, and just make sure he's still good. So
just throughout the entire course of the sequence, there's just been this staccato, like just at this like regular speed of Potshot, just like finding target, taking shot, like sliding the bolt back, and then every minute or so there's like 20 seconds of quiet while he slots in new cartridges. And you just see all these vehicles with their tires flattened, their radiators like pissing steam, guys laying in the sand with holes through their heads and extremities, and we see Potshot sort of knelt behind this cover, this cow catcher, and one of the like grease sweepers is like limping away from his ride, and he's just running across the flat, and Potshot like has him in the scope, And the guy even turns and like kind of looks towards where the shots were coming from, and he just has this like desperate panic look on his face. And Potshot just like brings the barrel up like, I've done enough killing today, I'm done. And he sort of like starts putting his gear together as he sees that the battle is wrapping up.
Little do we know that's now the new leader of the Slickers.
Yeah, I let him live. He's gonna kill my whole family. It's, oh god.
Amazing. I imagine we see the last of the Slickers chasing after Smokey. Smokey's turned fully around and has started leading them to the igniting inferno. And there's just a moment as he's just leading them further and further along. And then he's like leading them all in a kind of suicide kamikaze style race towards the burning flame, towards the explosions. And they're all just so focused on chasing after him. And all of you hear on the comms, did they get out?
Yeah, they made it.
Good. Now I go to the flame. It's all I have. The certainty, the clarity of broken metal and burning gas. You don't have certainty. You have each other. And then in the last second, the arm on Smokey's Jeep slams into the background behind him, full on stopping him in his brakes, and the rest of the folks behind him can't put on their brakes fast enough before they all slam into the exploding barrel of this ship and ignite, causing it to further explode. And then you just hear over the comms, I go to the flames, but not tonight. I need to find the clarity you have in each other. And he just stares, and we just see the flames reflected in his goggles.
Yeah, Cranky as he's trying to escape this place that is like things are exploding and the thing is shaking. He'll put his goggles on and start going fast, and I imagine a group is chasing him. And he throws out a frag grenade behind him, and somebody catches it, and he takes off. And he's not sure what they do with it, but the thing was a dud. He was just did it to get him to like stop, and they just leave.
Okay. So I think that's where we're going to call it for the night. Thank all of you very much. I know this ran a little long. Thank you for sticking with me. I had an absolute blast. This was so much fun. I really love this setting a lot, and I've run a game of it with Mecha Hack once before and really enjoyed it. And I was really eager to do so again. And y'all knocked it out of the park. This was so much fun. I'm just absolutely buzzing. So thank you so much for being fantastic players and really just kind of taking this in stride. Thank you to everyone who tuned in this evening. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can say any kind of parting words or once again touch on where you might be able to find them online before we're going to get out of here. So we're going to start in reverse order with Ted.
Hey, I'm Ted from Nerdarchy. I don't think I actually said that at the beginning. You know who Nerdarchy is. You know where to find us. Otherwise, just search Nerdarchy. You'll find us on YouTube, social media, and as well as nerdarchy.com. Thanks for having me again, Jeremy. It's always a blast.
Yeah, man, absolutely my pleasure. Anytime that you want to come on the channel, just give me a shout. And then I get to see you on Thursday. So.
Indeed.
Awesome. All right, speaking of awesome, next up we have Matt.
Hello, everyone. I'm Matt. And if you thought this system was cool, but you found yourself thinking, I wish it had more wizards and biomechanical mecha and airships in it, then I've got some good news for you. Aether Nexus, there's a link down in the description, I believe, to go pre-order it. It's built using the Mecha Hack, and it's almost done. But if you pre-order, you get playtests right away, so you can check it out and see what we've been working on. So thank you, Jeremy, for having me. Blast as always. Love me some Mad Max. Love me some Jeremy Lilly. So you really can't go wrong.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, you should be able to find the link for Aether Nexus, as well as the original Mecha Hack, which you can purchase. If you enjoyed this game, you want to see what else it can do or what you can do with it, I highly recommend that you go check both of those things out. I might also have it on good authority that I have a mission in Aether Nexus once it gets published. So, doubly so. Go check it out. All right. Speaking of doubly so good, next up we have Jose.
Hey everybody, my name's Jose. It was very fun playing the game. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Always have a blast playing your game, and it's great playing with you guys. And yeah, that's it for me.
Dude, absolutely, man. I'm very happy that you hopped over on this game, Jose. It was good to play with you again, man.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
We got our vampire campaign that we kicked off a little while ago, and I'm eager to get back to that one as well. So,
Can't wait.
I was happy to see you hop onto the Mad Max train, man. All right. Speaking of the Mad Max train, next up we have Alan.
Hey everyone. Yeah, I mean, just what everybody's saying. Jeremy, thanks for inviting me. Mecha Hack, great system, great playing with you all again. Jeremy, as always, master of your craft, the thematics, the music, the imagery, the descriptions, all of that immersion really lends to drawing us in and experiencing the game collectively, which is what I always enjoy about being a part of your games. And everyone else killed it with descriptions and gameplay and everything else like that. So appreciate it. Had a great and wonderful time. And yeah, I Mecha Hack, go get it. And looking forward to Aether Nexus. Absolute tabletop kills it with their products as well. So can't go wrong there either.
Here. I will second and third that. Yeah, just so much fun. Always a pleasure to play with you, Alan. So thank you very much. And I take that as an extremely high compliment, because again, you are also a master of tone and specificity in a setting. And so that's a huge thing. So thank you. Speaking of a huge thing, and thank you, last but certainly not least, we have Jackson.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you to all of you guys for letting me play with you. This was so much fun. It was so great to just be in the world of Mad Max once again through this system that literally one of our players he wrote. And it was exciting. It was fun. It was just great to be crazy, to be the demagogue of demolition, a preacher of fire and flame. Not often I get to just go on the bully pulpit there. But it was amazing, so much fun, a lot of creativity from everybody in the destruction, but also like it was so nice to have those small moments of humanity, which really I think are like underrated, but like really give weight to the insanity of the Mad Max world, the tragedy of it all. And and I wouldn't expect anything less from all of you guys. Y'all bring it. And Jeremy, you're a great DM, and all of you guys are amazing players. So thank you so much for having me. And I don't have a link, but you can find me second store to the right, where the sky meets the sun.
Fantastic, dude. What a tremendous effort that you put into the stuff that you wrote for your character. That was just fantastic, and it hit on the nerve of the savage poetry of Mad Max, where there is this kind of beauty and grotesqueness kind of rolled into one. that George Miller captures so well in each of these films. So yeah, thank you for, again, all of you, for understanding the assignment and absolutely just nailing it. It was a blast, absolutely. Like I said, for any of you who managed to tune in this evening, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I love the fact that we can goof off and roll dice and have fun with one another, but that there are people on the outside of that who can watch it as entertainment. I love that. It makes me so happy that people find value in just sitting down and watching this stuff. So, if in fact you did enjoy the game that you watched, please do all the stuff that the algorithm likes to see. You know, hit the like button, do the subscribe thing, share the link around, talk about it with your friends, tell them about Mecha Hack, tell them that you can use it to run all kinds of things with it, and I'm absolutely thrilled with this. Go see Furiosa if you like this kind of stuff, because Furiosa is a fantastic film. I highly, highly recommend it. So yeah, what else? Oh, remember, kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people, and the world needs so much more kindness in it than it currently has. So if it costs you absolutely nothing, and it could make all of the difference in the world for someone else, that's an easy exchange. That kind of economy is always, always going to be important. So please be kind. Okay, I think that's everything from us this evening. I hope everybody had a fantastic Memorial Day. If you are celebrating, I hope that the rest of the week goes well and is smooth for all of you. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.